Ah, you put all your government name on on YouTube, I'll be on TikTok. But I'm glad you're here. It's just interesting to see all those names. Well, thank you for joining us. Apologies. Good afternoon. Oh boy, it's going to be a wonderful day. So where were we? Tiwalola, good to see you. Everybody's fine. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, okay. So everybody is fine. So let's get into some of the things that have happened in the last 20, 24 to 48 hours. So I'm going to start with something from EFCC. It's actually a bit weird, but I mean, it's true. So this is something from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. It can't be more or less than Igbo being victimized in their own country for decades now. This is not a trauma bonding party, or just in case you made a mistake coming here, like I don't do pity parties here. So I'm not here to tell you about how you have been victimized. That's not my goal. You might want to check the next door. So this is EFCC, by the way. I don't know how Igbo enter, but it is well. Suspected employment fraudster hands over self to EFCC. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Sorry, like I said, this is not they show my face. All right. A melodrama occurred at the Gombe Zonal Directorate of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on Monday, June 2, 2025, when a middle-aged man walked into the office premises and reported himself for the offense of impersonation and obtaining by false pretense, citing the fear of the EFCC. The suspect, Idris Adamu, walked into the office of the EFCC at about 1300 hours, which is 1 p.m., and requested to see the acting zonal director, deputy commander of the EFCC, DCE Sahad Anafi Sahad. He said he wanted to confess some hidden truths about the crimes he had committed in the past. While at the director's office, he said, quote, "I came to repent of my sins and to confess he should have gone to church, man." They may be from church, you now come here. Because there, when you say I came to confess my sins, sound like you are at the confessional. Please, let's power tap. Let's share the live. I should share the live on this other device as well. Can you come up with topics linked to the progress? Don't you have an app? Don't you have something? Why can't you come up with that topic? Did they ban you from opening live sessions on TikTok? You come up with those topics now, since you have the idea. Right? Come up with those topics that you think will lead to the progress. If you don't think this would do so, I think this one I'm doing is doing what I wanted to do. It's leading to the progress of the country. But if you think it's not doing so, please feel free to open your own live. And please let this be the last time you come here to tell me what to do. Please, respectfully, because that's very disrespectful. If you have a problem with what I'm doing, go do yours. Thank you. And having said that, let's just erase what you have said, because I don't want to have to respond to all that. TGOK. All right. So it says, while at the director's office, he said, "I came to repent of my sins and to confess to the EFCC. In the past, I have obtained the aggregate sum of 9 million naira through my bank account from different individuals in the guise of offering them employment opportunities in federal government agencies, which was false. I have changed, but I am afraid of the EFCC." Yeah. Sahad, having listened to his confession, thanked him for speaking to the EFCC and directed that the self-confessed suspect be taken to the investigation department for a thorough investigation of the case. Wow. It's good. It's good. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, sir. You are the one who has the ample time to lambast my tribe each passing day. So go. Sean Fisher, you know you're already doing the victim thing again. Like, can you guys not take a break from being victims? Don't bring her come here again. Please take a break sometimes, eh? Take a break. Take a break. All right, so that's that from the EFCC. I pray that what do we pray now? That God will keep him on the right path, because it's actually quite good that he went to surrender himself. So let's go to something else. I won't spend too much time on this because I want to get to the conversation as quickly as possible. So this is something from Shehu Sani. He's a senator in the Nigerian Parliament. He says, so this is from Vanguard of yesterday. Kaduna Senator Shehu Sani, who represented Kaduna Central Zone at the 8th Senate, has said that the North appreciated the progress made so far under President Bola Tinubu and urged the people to support the president in the 2027 elections. Shehu Sani spoke in an interview with journalists in Kaduna on Monday, saying, quote, "For those of us from this part of the country, that's the North, we appreciate the progress made so far by this present government. And for those of them who had the opportunity to do better and they failed, we tell them that it is better they apologize for the wrong they have done to people of the North. And for the masses of the North, they should not allow themselves to be incited against a government that is doing far better than the one that came from their side. They should not be incited against the president who had supported our own for 8 years in power. I have heard a lot of comments and remarks that are linked to tribal sentiments," he said. Quote, "But let's put it in a better perspective. The northwest of the country has produced two presidents since 1999. One was President Umar Musa Yar'Adua, and the second was President Muhammadu Buhari. And in all these elections, the southwest part of Nigeria had supported the north and never gave any serious challenge as long as the smooth running of President Buhari was concerned. So it is only logical that we allow the South to complete their 8 years in power for the peace, unity, and the survival of our democracy. And even if there should be another presidential candidate from the opposition, that candidate should be from the Southwest, because that is equity, justice, and that is fairness." According to him, Nigeria is not just a country, but one that came from horrible and terrible experiences as a nation, quote, "and we ought to learn from our past experiences in order not to repeat the same experience. So I want to call on the people to caution the elements who had the opportunity to turn the North to a paradise, but left it as a hell. But today such elements are crying foul for no reason other than they have been excluded from government." End quote. Another quote. So the grievances is about their personal interests and not about the people, not about the North, not about the masses, not about insecurity and governance. However, everybody has the right to voice out his opinions, but it shouldn't be done in such a way to burn down the country. Under the last administration, all the security apparatus are of northern extraction. They never stopped terrorism in the north. They never stopped banditry in northwest. They never stopped killings in Benue State, in Plateau, and most part of north central states. We need to be very factual about it. Most of the positions of authority and in NDA today, key positions are still held by northerners. Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a northerner from Bauchi State that is heading it. The same thing with Ministry of Health, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of State for Defense are northerners. Minister of Transport is still a northerner, and that is in power. Minister of Environment is a northerner. Minister of Agriculture and Minister of State for Agriculture are all northerners. A ministry has been created for livestock and is headed by a northerner. Minister of State for Work is a northerner. Chief of Defense Staff is a northerner. And for us in the northern part of the country, we are very much glad, particularly the people from Kaduna State. The insecurity is not over in the north, is not over yet. Bandits are still killing people. They are kidnapping people in Katsina State. They are still doing that in Zamfara. There are major killings on the roads by bandits. The Chief of Defense has relatively been able to bring peace to southern part of Kaduna, which was neglected and abandoned when Governor Nasir El-Rufai was in power. We know Piningwari Road used to be a road that is inaccessible because of bandits. Shehu Sani apparently supporting the President Tinubu. And it's actually quite interesting that one of the major people who are against Tinubu is what's it called? Is from the same state as Senator Shehu Sonny, which is quite interesting considering the fact that they used to be on, opposite sides in the political conversations. So somebody sent me something yesterday. I'm just going to read two things. But when you come up, well, we'll see how that goes, when people begin to come up. So first, there's a video on, I don't know if I should play it. Let me see. There's a video online, right, of a building in Lagos. Just so we know. The reason I don't like talk about things like this for the most part. That's why I went to stay with just politics, but I have to. And I'll tell you why. So that when the repercussions come, nobody will say they didn't hear about it. And the repercussions will come. 1 second. Okay. So let me play the audio. I don't know if remember. I'm just going to play the audio and then you can take a listen.
The Igbo clients. New 3-bedroom apartment off Adetola Aguda. This place is going for 4.5 million naira yearly. And I'm sorry to say this, I'm very, very sorry. It is for only Igbo clients. I'm not really supposed to say that, but I should say it. So when you are coming into my DM, you'd know if you are qualified for this place or not. So it is only for Igbo clients. It is for 4.5. When I say it is only for Igbo clients, every landlord has their preference. So there are places that the landlord would prefer only Yoruba clients and all that. It is not a new thing. It is not strange. It is not weird, and it is not ridiculous. That's just the criteria for getting this apartment, and everyone has their preferences and their criteria. So before you also start bashing the landlord, just know that everyone has had their taste of tenants. So when the landlord prefers one tribe to the other, don't blame them. People can be funny at times. Anyways, let's go there.
I just have one question. Do people have parents, or do leaders still do the work of leaders in different regions? Because this is weird. Like I said, people from the East, sincerely, you guys learn nothing from history, and it's coming. Something is coming and it's not good. And I don't even know that anybody is planning anything. I can just tell you what's about to happen based on your history. And it's not going to be fun. I'm just predicting, and I can assure you I'm very correct. And if you think I'm lying, continue. Continue. You see whether it's something to take seriously or not. So you are in Yoruba land, but you don't want Yoruba people to rent a house in Yoruba land. But you have preferences. I mean, good for you. But when they tell you to pack your things and go back to your homeland, you are crying like a baby all over the place. Anyway, everybody will be all right. And sincerely, I'm going to play something from... I don't want to speak on it because I don't think it's necessary that much. It's just that it's funny how even in the comment section you see how people trying to explain it away. That's why I said the loud ones who are very stupid and the wise ones who are very quiet. Sometimes the quiet ones also enable the loud ones, just in case if it works out, they'll benefit from it. Like nobody's bold enough to even say this doesn't make sense. You shouldn't even be doing it in your... You know what? Everybody will be all right. But please, continue. This is something from President Muhammadu Buhari, the former president of Nigeria. It's a short interview, just 2 minutes, but I think it's something you should listen to. It's something about the Biafra referendum. So last week we read the news from Wane Zendigbo asking President Tinubu to do something about Biafra, and then also threatening him, as a matter of fact, saying that if he didn't do what they wanted him to do, that they wouldn't vote for him in the next election. Like I said, makes no sense, because the last election they didn't vote for him either, and he won. So there's no incentive to even listen to whatever it is they were saying. But I just want to play what the President Muhammadu Buhari had to say on that particular matter. That happens everywhere. I'm in Abuja and I've been rejected. Yoruba rejected in Abuja. Is Abuja Yoruba land? Jesus Christ. Number one, anybody can reject anybody. I'm saying, if you want to keep your house for something, that's fine. Since all of us are, since most of you guys want to be stupid, do what you want to do. But you don't do some things in other people's lands. I don't think you understand the point. You don't do some things in other people's land. Imagine I build a house in Enugu and I say no Igbo must rent the house. You know, Yorubas have a saying, come on, if you're not done, try and get, let me just say it in English, I don't want to explain. Just put yourself in the shoes of the owners of the land and think. Again, I always say something for you guys. You guys don't think like owners, you think like nomads. You think like nomads. If you think like an owner, you will discover how stupid that particular thing is. Not only should you not even say it, but to say it in public with your full chest, like they say. Everybody will be all right. Let me play something to you in your hearing from our former president, President Muhammadu Buhari. Take a listen.
Security forces have gone in very heavy-handedly shooting, and there were reported to be 7 deaths. I'm wondering, how are you planning to deal with this issue of Biafra? You, of course, have first-hand experience.
Put a 30-month civil war, at least 2 million Nigerians were killed. And for somebody to wake up, maybe he wasn't born when there was just fighting in Biafra and said he wants Biafra again. We have multi-party democracy system now. Let them organize themselves and vote for to have a state within a state. But to try and interfere with movement of troops, with economy, looking for Biafra, after losing 2 million people, I think they are joking with Nigeria's security, and Nigeria will not tolerate it.
Why don't you invite them for talks?
Why should we invite them?
For the most part, they appear to be young people, as you say, with no recollection
they didn't know what
of the war,
happened.
the 1967-70 war. But these are disaffected young men for the most part, but young women as well, who are protesting, it would appear, against their reduced economic opportunities. Government allocations to state governments in that region have been reduced by something like 50%. These people want
How much was oil costing? For the last 16 years, it was costing from over $140 per barrel, now to sometimes under 30. So the system of allocation has to correspondingly be reduced. So why shouldn't it affect them if it's affecting the whole of Nigeria? From where do we get the money to give them?
Okay, Mr. President, I think our time is up, and I need to thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to me and for speaking to Al Jazeera. Security
Do you know how our culture
forces have gone in?
All right, yeah, so that's something from President Buhari. The point is this: there's nothing encouraging a dialogue with people who just want to self-destruct. So if you see people just looking at certain parts of Nigeria, it's because you know where it is. All right, a few more things before we get into the conversation. People will come up and then we'll listen to what you have to say. The presidency has begun internal approval processes to resolve the 2 trillion naira legacy debt owed to electricity generation companies before the end of the coming quarter. Excuse me. Bill Gates to visit Nigeria this week. During his visit, he will meet with President Bola Tinubu and other senior officials to discuss reforms in the country's primary health care system. A human rights lawyer and counsel for the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, has called on President Bola Tinubu to stop the monthly media chat of the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, describing it as wasteful and extravagant. I think the person woke up on the wrong side of the bed. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, has relocated to Makurdi, the Benue State capital, over the incessant killings of innocent villagers by herders and militia groups. The federal government has announced plans to import dairy cattle from Denmark as part of a strategy to reduce dairy product imports, which cost the country $1.5 billion annually. Osun State dragged federal government and the Attorney General of the Federation to Supreme Court over withheld local government allocations. Then the last one for now. APC denies granting automatic tickets to National Assembly members. I'm just going to read this one. Disregard fake news of APC automatic tickets for all National Assembly members. The attention of the All Progressives Congress, APC, has been drawn to a purported breaking news report tagged, quote, APC grants automatic tickets to all National Assembly members, end quote, in viral circulation. The report is fake news and should be disregarded in its entirety as it did not emanate from our great party. We urge all party members and the general public to disregard the report as fake and of mischievous origin. So that's about it for now. Sad news in Niger, 503 households affected as death toll from Niger flood hits 200. The government needs to do something about this. Everybody knows there'll be flood on an annual basis, so why don't they plan before it happens? It's crazy. Anyway, let's bring some people up. Want to be part of the conversation? We'll bring you up, speak to what we've discussed so far, and then we'll go on from here to the topic of today. But while we're waiting for people to come up, let me just play you something from the head of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, in an interview an interview he had when he had the ECOWAS delegation visiting Dangote Refinery.
Last year when we started diesel, in one soup we were able to bring down the cost of diesel from 1,700 to 1,100. And now today as we speak, diesel is at 900 naira at most. So that has helped a lot of industries. We are also going to do something later which we haven't announced, but it is something that Nigerians should know. This refinery is for them and they will have the maximum benefits.
ECOWAS celebrated its 50th anniversary yesterday, and going forward, we really want to have the private sector around the table, to hear them, to listen to them, and for them to tell us how things should be done for them. I commit that as the Commissioner of ECOWAS, we will do everything to really open up the ECOWAS community for them, if not the entire African community.
With an investment like this, the ECOWAS delegation sees a solid promise and prospect for employment and wealth creation, which form a priority for the regional bloc celebrating its 50th anniversary. The officials are leaving here to become advocates of more of such bold investments across member countries, so that, in their words, the story of ECOWAS and its member states can be significantly different in the next 50 years.
one more thing. Hold on, please. Yeah, thank you. All right, so that's something from Dangote Refinery. Few more things. Good news from Kogi State government. If you're from Kogi, there's good news. I mean, we're happy to have something this good from Kogi State. The Kogi State government has liquidated a total debt of 98.8 billion naira in 15 months. This was disclosed on Monday by the Commissioner for Finance and Economic Planning, Ashiru Idris, while briefing journalists after the State Executive Council meeting held at Council Chambers, Government House, Lokoja. So, Kogi State has cleared 98.8 billion naira in debt. Like that's good news. And by the way, it's also the expense of many of the states in Nigeria. Apparently, they're getting a lot of money from FAC, and now they're getting more money than they used to get before, and they're able to settle their debts. So that's actually good news. And maybe one or two more things before we move on. If you'd like to speak, please come up, and then once we're done with this, people want to speak will go on, and then we'll get into the conversation. So they were talking about what led to the war, but they were going from Ironsi to Gowon, but in there's a lot of things to unpack. So there's a new Times ranking for 2025 for the top 25 universities in Nigeria. Number one, of course, is Covenant University. I said, of course, because I have to go and talk to my people in my school, because I don't know why. But I'm happy. I'm happy because I was talking about this school this morning with my brother, how visionary the founder is, Bishop David Oyedepo, and the fantastic things they're doing in Covenant University and also at Landmark University at Tomorrow. Those two schools, fantastic vision. So let's just go through the numbers. Number one, of course, Covenant University, Ogun State. Number two, Ahmadu Bello University. Number three, Landmark University, Kwara State. Number four, University of Ibadan. Number five, University of Lagos. Number six, Bayero University, Kano. Number seven, Federal University of Technology, Akure. Number eight, Federal University of Technology, Minna. Number 9, University of Benin. Number 10, University of Ilorin. Number 11, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Number 12, Ekiti State University. 13, Federal University of Agriculture, Abakuta. 14 is Federal University of Technology, Owerri. 15 is Federal University, Oye Ekiti. 16 is Ladoke Akintola University of Technology. 17 is Lagos State University. 18, Nnamdi Azikiwe University. 19, Obafemi University. 20, University of Port Harcourt. 21, Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. 22 is Abia State University. 23, Akwa Ibom State University. 24, Alex Ekweme Federal University. Number 25, Ambrose Ali University. So that's what we have at the moment. It's actually quite interesting that both the first school and the third school were founded by the same person. So that's what happens with vision and visionary leadership. What happened to Ife, Prof? Ife is there, but that number, even me, I'm angry. Hopefully they're going to do something about that. But I would like to know, one second. I want to look for the details of this thing. I want to know what the criteria are. But regardless of the criteria, I can assure you, Covenant is going to meet the criteria. The kind of investment they have in that school. Most schools in Nigeria don't have it. In fact, federal universities don't have it. The grants. One second. Most universities in Nigeria don't have it. And that's why when people talk about, if a secret tomorrow, I don't try it here. Don't try it. So let me just go through the performance indicators. So number one is teaching. So teaching is 29.5%. Research environment is 29%. Research quality. See all this thing. Covenant will win it. Covenant will win. Especially that the first three, Covenant will win every time. Teaching, 29.5%, research environment 29%, research quality 30%. There are very few universities that can match Covenant as far as research is concerned in Nigeria. And that's why when people just open their mouth and say, oh, these churches are collecting money, I'm like, are you dumb? Do you know what it takes to run a university like that? The kind of quality they give in that place. Now, we have to go and do creative association. We have to do alumni meeting and ask what our university is doing there. That number is too low. But anyway, it's based on teaching 29.5%, research environment 29%, research quality 30%, international outlook 7.5%, industry engagement 4%. These criteria ensure a balanced and comprehensive evaluation of universities, reflecting their strength in teaching, research, international collaboration, and industry engagement. And of course, in the 2025 rankings, Covenant University, Ota, Ogun State, emerged as Nigeria's top university, ranking within 801 to 1,000 band globally. So globally is 801 to 1,001, but in Nigeria is number one. And then they have Ahmadu Bello University, Landmark University, University of Ibadan, and University of Lagos, all within the 1,001 to 1,200 band. So yeah, those are the criteria. I just thought I should check it just to be sure. But great if all of them, So what it says was UI. UI is there, but I don't know what all of them are looking for. Wait though, UI is number 4. It's after Landmark. Egonvusui allow agenda against church investor agenda. No, I won't allow it though. I won't allow it. People just talk. You go to a school. I went to school where Uncle Lemonolo, like law, where during exams, right? Examination period. Sometimes you don't have water, you don't have light. You're talking about another school where there's light 24/7. You think it will come by fasting and prayer. I mean, you know how we used to live in school now. Let me give you one funny example. It was my first year. So I used to live off campus because, I could. So during the exam period, I decided to stay with my friends so it would be easier to get into class and all that. Apparently, what I was thinking, other people were also thinking the same. So one day in the middle of the night, I woke up. I looked around the room and I was like, what am I doing here? We're 18 in that room. We're 18. You know what they call 69? Not the 69 that you're thinking about. We have something called 69 in school. We didn't used to think bad thing like you just thought now. I was in Awo my first year. Just to write the exam. Oh boy. I beg to disagree with you on church. You don't have to agree. There's scholarship for church members, but university cannot be free. How many schools in Nigeria can give you what Covenant can give? None. I am a product of Ife. I'm telling you, none. If you think that comes from prayer and fasting, just know that it's a lie. Those churches are spending more than most universities on research. And there's scholarship, which makes it very good. There's scholarship for the members. The bishop himself has scholarship for people. Most first-year students in Landmark University right now pay nothing as far as tuition is concerned. People don't know the inner workings of this organization. They just shout, what is it? Can you come for the members? Okay. How do you run a place like that? Anyway, the point is that there are many private schools in Nigeria, but the point is, why is it just those two that always top 3, not even top 10, top 3? Those two will always be there. Why? It takes a lot of vision. I was reading something that he said years ago, how he went to ORU and just sat down to study the process. Studied at Harvard, studied Yale, Oxford. By the way, you know those schools, Yale, Harvard, were heavily sponsored by believers, Christians. I think Duke as well. Anyway, he studied all those things and then decided to replicate it in Covenant. I think it's working. And I'm proud of them, although I want Ife to do better, because our numbers should not be here. So that's about it. Not free, but subsidizing for members who contributed to build the schools. I'm not sure you're listening to me. There's scholarship for members. How else should we say it? There's nothing like subsidize. You don't subsidize schools. Your government has not even subsidized enough. You are talking about church. And that's the funny thing. You guys don't get angry with. When was the last time a research that was conducted in any university in Nigeria, got into, I think you're just arguing with yourself now, apologies. I said majority of the students in Landmark University right now did not pay tuition fees. What do you want to subsidize? Subsidize free? It's already free. For many of the students studying agriculture I think it's agriculture, that faculty, in Landmark. What else do you want them to do? It should be free. Who will pay this tuition? You think it's church? Oh God. See, let me tell you something. Most of you guys that you guys try and be researching this thing before you just be angry with people that you should not be angry with. Celebrate grace. Celebrate grace. And build. I mean, if you run something, you know how crazy it can be. And there's no sensible church that will build a church. Sorry, that will build the university and constantly look to the offerings to pay the bills. In fact, let me even talk about this thing. Although it's not today's topic, but since we are already talking about it, let me say something. Somebody I had a conversation years ago. This was 2011. I remember. I was taking a course at the time. And one of my colleagues then came and said, all these universities, it's expensive and everything. And I said, if you are called upon right now to go to Covenant University and teach for free, would you go? He said, no. He said, oh, no. Let me tell you what he said before I said that. He said, back in the day, when we had missionaries, school was free for everybody. Everything was free. Nobody would do anything. I said, okay. So I said, if they called you right now to lecture at Covenant University for free, would you go? And the person said, I know. I said, the missionaries that came to teach in Nigeria then, do you know that those people were not just lecturers, they were missionaries? How many people who went to university in Nigeria right now, even Christians without the speaking in tongues, would want to go lecture as a missionary, not thinking about what they collect in the industry and say, oh, my mates are collecting this amount in this school, I want to collect the exact same amount. Covenant pays more than most universities in Nigeria to the lecturers. Where would that money come from? So I said, you don't want to teach for free, but you want the school to pay for free. Where would the school maintain the school? How would they get you light 24/7? How would they maintain the sports center? How would they pay the lecturers? How would they pay the staff? How would they run that institution? Based on offerings, but the offering built it. That's why their members have scholarship, but you would not have scholarship because you're not part of them. If you're going to study any agricultural course in Landmark, it is free. That's a choice they made. And again, a lot of people criticize what they don't know. So number one, they already have scholarship for students like that, and especially, and I think they have this fantastic system with the. I don't go there. That's not my church. They have this satellite cell system, and they use that to grant scholarships and all of those things. That's number one. So they're already doing it for their own members. Number two, it cannot be cheap. If it gets cheap, all you're going to have is exactly what you're having. Why? Because for it to be cheap, it means that your lecturers will not be paid as much. Since all of us want to go back to the days of missionaries, so all of us are doing it for the Lord. My question is, how many of us want to do the work for the Lord? You teach physics for the Lord. A lot of the people who came to Nigeria at the time were doing it for God. They were trying to preach the gospel. So they would. It's not about what is my friend collecting at FUTA or OAU. No, it's just we're doing it for God, and they just did it for God, and they were taken care of, but not necessarily like shouting labor rules or labor union or whatever, or union rules or labor laws. All those things will not be there because you're doing it for God. Number three, when it comes to facility that you see, many universities in Nigeria, buildings are dilapidated. They say people should pay money, they are crying. They say, what is the benefit that we have as Nigerians? We should not be paying school fees. But your buildings are bad. Your teachers cannot, they're always going on strike. By the way, they've not gone on strike in the last 2 years, thank God. They're always going on strike. There's always money issues. So if people have created a system that works, listen, understand, let me just land by saying this, understand that when churches begin businesses, it's a business. It's not service. It's not what's it called? It's not ministry. It's ministry for them, but it's business in reality. How do you run it? Is it by speaking in tongues? You have to collect money now. So that's that. I remember when people say things that I'm like, when we print Bible, do we just hand it out for free? Even when we give people free Bibles, somebody paid for those things. And in many cases, the offerings you get cannot, in many cases, take care of some of these institutions. If you don't know, please just visit those places and get information about them. But yeah, anyway, I'm just happy that we have, at least we have a Nigerian school or a couple of Nigerian schools, doing well. Schools for money. Yes, now. It is well. If you build a school, see, I have my younger brother went to a private school, private uni, and there was a day he was having a meeting with the proprietor. I won't mention the name of the school. He was having a meeting with the proprietor of the school. It was a private university, it's expensive, and the more I understood what the man was saying, listen, it's either you have sense or you destroy your school because you want to please people. Anybody who runs business to please people in this country in the world will lose. People can be angry, but they are ranking higher, and the ones who are angry have not built any school that have been able to reach them. So I'll listen to him more than I'll listen to others. All right. One more thing before we go. This is actually quite sad. Iroko TV had to shut down and they exit Nigeria after spending $100 million. So Jason Joko said they spent $100 million trying to make it profitable. So it's actually quite sad that, it's a long piece. I don't want to necessarily read everything, but I think it's, excuse me, where is this thing? Oh, let me see if I can find the full details. You know how we do this thing where it's sad because they actually had a head start. I mean, there was no Netflix to compete with them. They didn't have Amazon or any of this streaming platforms. So it's actually quite sad that they would invest that much money in. Okay, let me read to you the interview that he had or to speak. This was from yesterday, June 2, 2025. He put this out there. Actually, it wasn't an interview, it was a web publication. He said the platform, which was founded in 2011 and launched in 2015, was operating in full survival mode in the first 10 years. Njoku said the company was faced with several obstacles and struggled against competitors like Netflix, Amazon, Showmax, and iFlix. Between the revenues we generated and the venture capital we raised, $35 million over the first 10 years, we easily spent $100 million trying to win. But we weren't winning. We weren't losing either. We were just there, in full survival mode, operating in the toughest conditions possible. The local market in Nigeria simply collapsed. We saw it and stubbornly decided to keep investing and doubling down until we were all tapped out, having burnt through most of the post-exit capital. In 2023, we finally accepted that there was no market for paid premium services and exited Nigeria. We haven't processed any Naira payments in almost 2 years. The entrepreneur noted that the streaming wasn't the right model for Nollywood in Nigeria. Njoku added that Rock Studios, the production and distribution arm of the company, turned out to be the most profitable. It's okay that we tried and failed. It's okay that we accept the limitations in the domestic market we find ourselves. Did it need $1 billion plus to figure this out? Absolutely not, he said. I believe with my newfound knowledge that Iroko TV could have reached the same conclusions with $5 million to $10 million versus the $100 million we ended up investing. In hindsight, streaming wasn't the winning model for Nollywood in Nigeria. Content, channels, and distribution were. With the economics that business had in 2018, we could have shut down Iroko TV and its $5 million a year in losses and either listed it or just had a fantastically profitable business. I mean, there's something I say. Okay, so let me read the last thing he says. It says, my lessons were expensive, and that is why I'm so consistent in telling founders not to over-raise. I'll tell you what I found in this. I think I like the fact that he's not just talking about his woes, right? He's also highlighting the lessons, from the challenge. So, for instance, a person might read this and say, "Oh, Nigerian economy is terrible," but he's saying here the issue is not the Nigerian economy being terrible; it's the kind of model that works with the Nigerian space. I think we make this mistake in business, generally speaking, even in life, in politics, in many things. We just do this comparison and we'll be shouting, "Insaner climbs, insaner climbs." But in reality, the structure is different, the system is different, the purchasing power is different, the preferences are different. And I'm glad that, I'm sad. Let me use the word I'm sad. I don't like the fact that it's closing down, because closing down a business is like losing a child. May we not lose children. But I think it's still better to close down the business than to keep hemorrhaging money. So all the best to him. And business is not for the faint-hearted. It's tough. But I'm very glad that he has lessons to teach. And I hope that the profitable part of this business keeps, making money. But all the best to Jason Ojukwu and his wife, Remy. Fantastic guys. I like the idea, by the way. I just think it's, places are different. But I hope, and by the way, it doesn't mean they can't bounce back. They might just even become bigger than Netflix. Nobody can tell. So I wish them the best. And I'll tell you the reason I'm saying this. So I watched a video of a lady yesterday just talking about it. See, when it comes to business, if you have not run a business, but just take several steps. People have all the ideas. Somebody has never. 1 second. The lady just went on, just insulting them. No, to be fair, she wasn't insulting, but she was criticizing, like, "Oh, they could have done this." I'm like, hindsight is 2020, especially in business. It's. But I hope the other one works. Well, they said that they were making more money from abroad anyway. So that's the end of that. Now let's get into today's topic. I said nobody wants to come up, so that's nice. We haven't saved any time. So let's take a little break. Please click on the heart icon up here. Ojukwu, I just came, sir. Have you been live for long? You stopped at Ojukwu's ambition. Like what we usually do, we'll have a little recap. When our recaps, we might introduce some things that we did not introduce in the previous day. So for instance, Ojukwu ambition, will get to it, but not immediately. We have to go back. We'll move on. But thank you for coming. I'm really glad you're here. Please, everybody, please click on the out icon if you're on TikTok. Click on the out icon beside the name Busri Oris, just above my head. Please click on it and join the team. If you're already a member, please click on it again and drop a heart me, drop a gift. It's good to give, but beyond that, the way TikTok works is when there's activity, there's gifts and all of those things. It helps to get the live on the FYP. So please click on the out icon and use all the stuff in there. Oh boy, it's going to be a wonderful session today. I have some books to explain some of the things I did. I didn't go deep into it, and it was intentional because of time. And then so the way we do it, we go back a little, we'll explain some things, and then add some flesh, and then we'll move on. And then so that way we're not just running through the timeline, we're actually understanding the events, right? While of course we go through the timelines. All right. So let me take a drink. Please, let's power tap on TikTok. Let's get this to 30K, please. 40K. And by the way, we've been doing well in the past few days. Been getting. There was a day, 2 days we got over 200. So please, let's target 200 today. Oh boy, it's gonna be a brighter day. Where were we? I remember. So I'm going to be reading a few books today. I'll be reading the Nigerian Civil War. Brilliant. So we'll be reading some things from here. Only me can give you 200 taps. Abba, you can give me 1,000 taps. Kilo finishing, you're just like this now. You can't be doing like this. I did this one time like this. Before you know it, I'll pay 5,000. But thank you. Says I'm not ambition, but before Ojukwu's ambition, we're going to talk about what happened to Ironsi. Why? Because when we read it yesterday, there were no details, right? oh, this happened, that happened, and this happened. And I'll tell you why I like going into the details. It's because not only is the devil in the details, it's also that people want to lie. They go to the things that are obscure or things that they assume you would not know, and then they use that against you. So I think that's the reason I like to, just do a little bit of detail. So, in understanding, read some things from T.Y. Danjuma, because it was himself. Yes, I remember where we're going today. And I was trying to remember this one I was reading of. Northern officers. So we're going to talk about how the Northern officers were planning a coup, and we're going to fill in the gap from the stuff by Chief Anthony Naro. But let me just say this, because I'd like to do it. If you'd like to come up, let's just do it in case I don't want anybody to feel like, if you'd like to come up, please just send your invite to discuss the news, Neil. One second, I want to get something before we get into it. All right, I think everybody's fine being in the comment section for now. So let's get into this. Back to the speech by Anthony Nauro. That'll be the foundation for what we want to do. Then once we're done with that, we'll go to Gowon. Let me just introduce some of the books. This is Gowon. J. Ishawa Eligo. The book is called Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman. Of course, our beloved friend is here. Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyiga. And then we have another one whose content can be funny, but I think is going to be of help today. It's this one by Chuks Iluegulam. It's called Ironsi. I think it will also help us because there are some details that we're going to find in some of these things. Where do we begin? Why is Chuks own funny? Because Chuks was trying to talk to us like we don't know, like there's no other source for the events of that period. So it will say things. Let me give an example. Adewale Ademoyiga, who, by the way, a lot of people like to, quote. To be honest, people that quote him have not read him, and they are misquoting him anyway. But he said in his book that Ironsi was very tribal, was nepotistic, and everything he did gave the idea that the idea of the coup was for Igbo domination. That's what this man said in his book. If you were not here yesterday, you must have heard me say it. But if you were not here, this might be the best place to start because we're talking about Ironsi. So, the king, you get the answer from what I'm about to read here. If the truth must be spoken, Ironsi had implicit faith in his own type of Nigerians, the non-revolutionary and the reactionary type of Easterners and Midwest Igbos. By the way, this thing he said is also what you will find in the way Ojukwu treated people, treated the non-Igbos, actually, in 1966. We're going to get to it today. There's a time in history where Ojukwu actually ejected people from the East if they were not Easterners or Midwest Igbos. But if you were from the West, if you're from the North, you had to leave. We're going to get into all of those things today, I think. So the idea basically to favor Easterners and Midwest Igbos is what you find in the actions of both Ironsi and also Ojukwu. What's wrong if we want to be on our own? No. Which year did Ojukwu do such? 1966. Please, one thing you can be sure of is I'm not trying to say things to make Ojukwu look bad. It's just that he did what he did, and that's okay. So he did that. We're going to get into all of those things today. But let's just go back. So yesterday we stopped at the fact that Gowon became the head of state after the 29th July coup. He became the head of state. During the wartime, no. The war did not start. So Biafra was declared. Sorry, I'm trying to do a few things at the same time. Biafra was declared on 30th May 1967. Ojukwu ejected non-Igbos and non-Easterners in 1966. And Ojukwu also attacked Southwest and the North in September of 1966. This was months before he declared Biafra. So it's not because of the war. It's actually before the war started at all. I don't know why this thing keeps darkening. I don't know. 1 second, please. Like I'm dark on my own. Thank God. I don't want to now become like unnecessarily black with all these lighting issues. So give me a second. Since when God created us, put us for South Sudan, more they rock our dark and shine like that. More no become too black. I hope it works. If it doesn't work, more just go on. I think it's after the pogrom he demanded Igbos should return. Yes, he demanded Igbos should return. And then then he told the Northerners to leave. And just around that time, the Igbos started killing the Northerners. You may not have heard of it, and it's fair. Many of us haven't heard of it, but we're going to get into that today. Hopefully, once we're done with this Ironsi bit. So let's go back to the two things I want to read. Then we'll go into the things about Ironsi, all the way to how he was unalived, and then we'll move into how Gowon became the head of state. And then from when Gowon became head of state, we'll now go all the way to the killings in September of 66 in the north. I don't like to call it pogroms, and the reason is because I've searched all the documents I've searched. None actually gave the idea that it was sponsored by the state. In other words, it was a terrible event. It's crazy. Nobody should have to go through that. But you see, for it to be pogrom, it must be that the state actually sanctioned it. And the more I searched, I've searched for a bit. I mean, we still have a lot to search, to be honest, but what I can say for a fact is that there were killings, they were unfortunate, but I can't say there was a pogrom, even though some people say it was a pogrom. But we'll get to that later. All right, so to begin with the answer to that question, I'll start with reading the book by Adewale Ademoyiga. The king says it's pogrom. How is it a pogrom? Again, one of the things that we have to be very careful of in Nigeria is something called, I call it definition of terms. So we can use words. And by the way, the person who used that word over and over again was Ojukwu. He used that word he used many words: genocide, pogrom. But the question is, did it really happen that way? Was there a genocide? Was there a pogrom? And again, I'm not saying there were no killings. There were terrible killings. Terrible stuff. Should not have to happen. But we also have to be very careful of the words that we use. People have even used Holocaust in Nigeria. I heard one a couple of days ago. It was a Holocaust. I was like, Holocaust was used for a particular event in world history. It was the extermination of the Jews in Germany. That was what, I mean, people just pick words and just use it. Like it's fine, but it's not fine. But you get the point. Let's get to the book now. So let's start with the book by Adewale Ademoyiga, where we struck. Please, power tab, share the live. If you're on YouTube, thank you very much for joining us. I'm really glad you're here. Please share the live. I should also come in so I can see your fine faces, or your fine names. Tunde Adeogun, thank you for joining. Ms. Olasunji, Professor Damrolo Gusonwo, Sam Omala, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate your presence. Please share the live with your contacts and also on Facebook. And if you're on TikTok and you have people who don't come on TikTok, please share with them so all of us can learn together. Having said that, let's get into it. If the truth must be spoken, Ironsi had implicit faith in his own type of Nigerians, the non-revolutionary and the reactionary type of Easterners and Midwest Igbos. Therefore, as soon as he had taken over the reins of power, he promoted more than 12 of them from major to lieutenant colonel and gave them all the senior and sensitive positions in the Army and Air Force. Apart from these, only 3 others were promoted from major to lieutenant colonel, and those 3 were Northerners. Their promotions stemmed from the guilt of Ironsi and his ill-conceived notion of placating the Northerners. But in so promoting the Northern officers, he jumped over the heads of 5 Yoruba officers whom he did not care for, thus giving people the impression that the coup was designed and executed to achieve and promote Igbo domination of Nigeria. That's from Ademwale Ademoyiga. So we're just going to read something similar to that from Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Kirk Green, where you have the speech by Anthony Naoro. He says here, regular channels of communication were deliberately bypassed by the Ironsi government in the transmission of instructions. Military officers of the Igbo ethnic group had advanced information about vital matters of state, while superior officers from other ethnic groups were kept in the dark. In other words, junior officers who were Igbos knew waiting this up. Senior officers who were not Igbos had no idea. So it basically was, you were using the channel of tribe of your ethnicity to get information, around. Then it says here, then there was a sudden decision by Major General Ironsi that he would rotate the military. Okay, it's not this one. It says, affairs in the public service and the armed forces appeared to lend color to the impression that the coup of January 15 was designed to install Igbos in position of power. Out of 21 promotions in the army in April 1966, for example, 18 were Igbo officers. General Ironsi drew his principal officers from the Igbo ethnic group. Ethnic groups tend to be chauvinistic, but the Igbos were the most militantly chauvinistic, and this naturally created apprehensions in the minds of the others. So that's that from, just to answer that. Now, when you read something like this, I'm trying to answer the question that the gentleman asked. When you read the same stuff in Ilogbulam, this is why I said Ilogbulam stuff is funny. Where is that thing? He essentially was trying to explain it away. And that's why I said there's the assumption that the rest of us in Nigeria must be very dumb for you to think that you can actually explain things that everybody could see. I'll see if I can find what Ilogbulam wrote about that particular thing. So remember, I've read from 2 sources. One of them doesn't care about tribe because he even was the one who was shouting a lot about how he wanted to change Nigeria and be a revolutionary and stuff like that. Itadenuga stated how many Igbos they promoted, and so how many non-Igbos should be stated. The king, I just read it out. Oga, don't stress me. Do you not know the meaning of 12.5? The same number was repeated by Naoro, 18. That's what it means. 18 officers who were Igbos were promoted 3 months after the coup. The successful coup, I might add, 18 officers were promoted. And then later on, they made sure they added 3 Northerners, just that people will not get angry. But in doing that, they jumped over 5 Yoruba people because, we're supposed to understand, Shebi is just, I can't find it. But Ilogbulam had a way of explaining that thing away, saying something to the effect that they were supposed to be promoted before then, but they just waited until that point. So I was like, does this guy think we are stupid? And to be honest, that's the question I ask when I read books by Chinua Achebe, Frederick Forsyth, and now Ilogbulam. And I'm not saying there's nothing to learn from it. Of course, there's something to learn, from his book. But I just think that he's not respectful of his readers. So as a writer, you have to respect your readers. You have to assume that they have brain and not just throw anything at them. Anyway, that's why I said it was funny. Let's go. I can't find that page right now because of it's not today's topic, but I think you get the point. Moving on from there, we're going to start today's session by singing the hymn Kiniko, Kiniko, Kiniko. So we talked about, just to have a little recap, then we tie it into what we're discussing. The way Ironsi moved, the way he appointed his own people and elevated them above other people in Nigeria, especially in the military and also even in public service. The kind of moves that he was making, for instance, about how to make what's it called now? The civil service, unitary. In other words, even the Northern civil service was going to be taken away from the Northerners. Again, if you remember the interview that the Sardauna granted in 1964, he had mentioned something about that domination thing, and he was talking about the concept of, it's a policy, it's called the Northernization policy, in order to give his own people, space, so to speak, positions, as it were, in the Northern civil service. But Rossi was going to collapse all of those things and make it, unitary. We're going to read about that today. Anyway, he also wasn't really concerned about the fact that people were complaining about the folks who had conducted the coup. He didn't do much about that. And then, of course, the 34th of May 24, 1966, and some of the events that happened in the north, of course, led eventually to the unaliving of Ironsi much later. So I'm going to backtrack now and fill in the gaps with some details that we didn't have, or we had, but we didn't get into previously. So let's start with this book by Gowon. So again, this book is called Gowon, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman, written by J. Ishawa Eligo. Nationalization agenda was the real path to the program. Are you serious? The king, I want to assume that we can talk, we can have conversations, but what I hate, I detest people revising history to make themselves feel good. Nowhere in any journal or conversation would you hear people say that nationalization policy was what led to the pogrom. By the way, there was no pogrom. There were killings. The real killings that everybody's, we really talk about, happened in September of 1966. Nationalization policy started in 1962. Was really enforced around 1964. And it was right. The Sardauna was right to northernize the Northern Public Service. It's not your birthright. You're not from there. The Eastern Civil Service did not have Hausa people becoming Oga. The Igbos took over the Eastern Civil Service because, of course, they were the majority in the East. They took over the Federal Civil Service. Not because they were the majority, but because they were in alliance with, the NCNC was in alliance with NPC, and the NPC did not have as many graduates to do those jobs anyway. The Igbos, through nepotistic policies and dubious actions, ensured that the whole place was shored up with Igbo people. Again, if you go to the Radio Me Global channel, the Telegram channel, you'll find a document from the NCNC Western Region in 1964, talking about how the Igbos took over all the jobs. If a regional said, I want to protect my own people, why would you call that a problem? When you are literally protecting your own people in your region, why would you want to take over another person's region? The place was not created for you. They have in the interview with BBC, he said, responsibility, these were his words, but they have to ensure that they have jobs. The Northern Premier is not the nation's president or prime minister. And what he did, somebody says, is that discrimination? I'll ask you, guys, we're going to get into it too. The king, let me ask you a question. The government of Anambra State is recruiting health officials. One of the criteria inside newspaper publication is that that person, by the way, with the letterhead of Anambra State, sealed with the seal of the governor. One of the criteria is that you must be an indigene of Anambra. Is that discrimination, the king? Sardauna said he preferred West to do the job than have Igbos. Yes, he should. I will do the same thing, by the way, just in case you don't know. So if you want to hate me, quickly start hating me right now. What the Sardauna did, I will do the exact same thing. if I were the premier at the time. Guys, let me just say, sorry, you don't go around with all this, is bad, is bad. Read the book, My Life, the book is called My Life. It's by Ahmadu Bello. What is the essence of one Nigeria? To have one army, not for you to take over people's spaces. Why do you guys ask these ridiculous questions? So the essence of one Nigeria is for me to deny my own people for yours. The West, where you are the minority ethnic group, you became the majority of the people working in civil service. I froze. No, I didn't freeze. Just becoming. Is your device? You have in the Midwest, by the way, the majority in the Midwest at the time was Benin, the Benin Esako, Esan. Those people, they were the majority. But somehow NCNC, using the power of ethnicity, ensured that an Igbo man became the premier of the Midwest, Dennis Osadebe. And the same thing they did in the Eastern region, because of course they had political power. They did the exact same thing in the Midwest by making sure that the top political office holders were Igbos, and even people in civil service were Igbos. Ojukwu repeated that same thing after they invaded the Midwest. We're going to get into that in these conversations. So if, for instance, you've taken over the Eastern region, which, I mean, that's your place anyway, so it's okay. You now do the same thing in Midwest. You do the same thing in federal civil service. You now want to do it in the North, and then you ask me, are we not one Nigeria? Who cares? Are you not a thief? Say, are we not one Nigeria? How come you are the only one that think one Nigeria means you should take other people's spaces? Are we not one Nigeria? Meanwhile, even in 2025, your governors are putting out notices asking people to get jobs, but they can only be indigenous of their state. You have no problems with that. Is the outside man not one Nigeria that cannot? Why is he not taking that job? Please, this is why I said you guys are not different from each other. You are the same. But well, we have different people here, but by and large, most of you think are like one Nigeria. Now let's go back to you say Nigeria Nigeria. So by the way, let me finish what I was saying before this guy asked the question. Sadauna said in the past that people were not allowed to their responsibility, but now, as far as Western education was concerned, but now the people have started going to school. Now the young people are coming out of universities. Where would they work? And back then, the government was one of the largest employers at the time. Now, the people that they are employing are from other parts of Nigeria. Their own children who have gone to uni are now coming out of school. Where should they work? And by the way, that man was not the prime minister of Nigeria. He was the premier of a region. His duty was to his region first before Nigeria. And by the way, that's the exact same thing that was being done in the Eastern region. As a matter of fact, the duty in the Eastern region was not to the Eastern region first. It was to Igbo first, before Eastern region, then Midwest Igbos, and then others. Study it. That's the thing. You don't give what you ask for. Which makes you... That's why I say you guys always think that Nigerians are stupid. And that's why people are angry with me with all these things. I see it every day on YouTube, on Twitter. If you like, insult me on TikTok, Facebook, insult me. Don't worry, I can take it. Just understand the fact that if you don't change, you're going to have the exact same results. It's only a matter of time. Now let's get back to the book. So this is Gowon. We'll come back to an hour or later. With the January 15 disturbances, I froze, Abi. Sorry. It's the weather. It's raining. I apologize for that, but it's raining, so I hope you can hear me. Sorry about that. Let's say at the anger they start, nah connection. It's because of the weather. But I think it's better now. With the January 15 disturbances, in the Nigerian military, things were never the same again. Neither the army nor the country were the same again. These dates marked the effective explosion of the military onto the Nigerian political arena. If Ironsi had not been part of the coup planners, he had ended up being the beneficiary. After a series of negotiations with members of Balewa's, okay, I already explained that was a lie. When you read this man's book, Shehu Shagari, he mentioned what actually happened that led to Ironsi becoming the head of state. But we already discussed all of those things, so we're just going to jump to what he did. At the federal level, at the federal level, two new institutions had emerged, the Supreme Military Council and the Federal Executive Council, both under the chairmanship of the head of the federal military government. Membership of these two bodies were basically military, except for the presence of the Inspector General of Police and later the Federal Attorney General in the Federal Executive Council. The Federal Executive Council was responsible for legislation with regard to federal matters. It was to exercise the general direction and control over every department of the government of the Federation. Now let's jump to, these were the basic structures of the, On the other hand, the Supreme Military Council was the highest decision-making body for the whole country, including the regions. Regional governors were directly responsible to the Supreme Commander. These were the basic structures of military government in Nigeria under General Ironsi. To help administer the regions, he appointed military governors. In the north, Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina, Lieutenant Colonel Adekule Fajri for the west, Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Ojukwu for the east, and in the midwestern region, Lieutenant Colonel David Ejo. It would seem that on coming to power, General Ironsi had at least two major options with regard to Nigeria's structural imbalance and problems of federal-state relations. Please listen up. We are getting into it now. Ironsi could have embarked on institutional reorganization which emphasized centralization of powers at the federal center to a greater extent than had existed, while maintaining the same regional structures. Or it could have structurally reorganized the country by creating more states in Nigeria with less power than the former regions had. But General Ironsi did not act immediately. He waited for the dust to settle. As the dust settled, the nature of the coup became more suspicious to many Nigerians, and his subsequent actions only aggravated it. Initially, most Nigerians, in spite of reservations in some quarters, saw the military coup as a relief. Even in the north, the attitude was one of wait and see. Thus, Ironsi had a favorable political climate within which to act. He took a middle-of-the-road approach. He wanted the loyalty of the north, whose soldiers formed the bulk of the rank and file of the army, and yet he wanted to meet the demands of the south for more radical changes. He was attempting to conciliate the northern region, which had lost its soldiers and leaders at federal and regional levels, without alienating southern support for the January coup as a revolutionary act, a death knell to northern feudalism. He therefore left the regions to operate in the same way as the civilian regime, except for modifications which were necessary by virtue of the military presence in the political system. Like in most coups, the nature of the coup was very important because of its impact on the system later. We're going to jump to another part because of time. So let's go to, if you have the book, page 51 now. It says, on May 24, 1966, General Ironsi announced his program to restructure the country. By his decree number 34, 1966, which made Nigeria a unitary state. Quote, Nigeria shall, on the 24th May 1966, cease to be a federation. Again, I want to read it's a bit fuller than what we read yesterday. It says, Nigeria shall, on the 24th May 1966, cease to be a federation and shall accordingly, as from that day, be a republic by the name of the Republic of Nigeria, consisting of the whole territory, which immediately before that day was comprised in a federation. This May broadcast abolished federalism as a form of government in Nigeria. The former regions were abolished, and Nigeria was grouped into a number of territorial areas called provinces. What book is this? This one. The former regions were abolished, and Nigeria was grouped into a number of territorial areas called provinces. Each region became known as a group of provinces. So they didn't call it region anymore. A national military government was established in place of a federal military government. There was to be a new economic plan. Ironsi's rationale for his decree was that it was, quote, intended to remove the last vestiges of intense regionalism of the recent past and to produce that cohesion in the government structure which is so necessary in achieving and maintaining the paramount objective of the national military government, which is what? National unity. Somebody has used that word unity here today. The definition of unity is to remove regionalism, remove anything that makes anybody unique, and create something that will force all of us to be together because we are what? One. We are not. And by the way, others will say Ironsi who abolished. Let's continue. By the way, he did more than that, but he didn't abolish the regions. But we'll get to that later. So he says the paramount objective of national military government, which is national unity, would only be achieved if they if they remove the last vestiges of intense regionalism of the recent past, so they can produce the cohesion in the government structure that they need to achieve their goal. He pointed out, that's Ironsi, that his decree was to be entirely a transitional measure and was without prejudice to the constitutional and administrative arrangements to be embodied in the new constitution in accordance with the wishes of the people of Nigeria. However, the most far-reaching aspect of Decree number 34 was the unification of the civil services of the regions. Now, I didn't mention this yesterday, so I want to spend some time here for it. We're going to read some things on this. He says the most far-reaching aspect of Decree number 34 was the unification of the civil services of the regions. To do what? To do exactly what that gentleman was saying earlier in the comment section. Are we not one? To reverse the northernization policy of 1963 or 64, thereabout. That's exactly what this whole thing was about. All the gains for the north, that was the work of Sardauna. We're going to reverse it because are we not all one Nigeria? Just see how thieves think. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is stealing. So let me read to you what he says. As from the appointed, this is from Decree 34. By the way, I think I have it somewhere. If I find that I could put it out there, I might just put it in the channel so you can read it. If you're on YouTube, the second counter coup was 100% minority coup against Igbo-dominated General Ross's structure. It wasn't minority coup, it was northern coup. They were not just minority. Murtala Mohammed was not a minority. T.Y. Danjuma was not. Okay, T.Y. Danjuma could be a northern minority because from present-day Taraba State. Sorry, I'm just responding to someone on YouTube. But let's get back to this. We'll get to that, my brother. We'll get to that soon. Thank you very much for your comment. The most far-reaching aspect of Decree number 34 was the unification of the civil services of the region. It declared that, quote, as from the appointed day, all officers in the services of the Republic in a civil service to be known as the National Public Service, and accordingly all persons who immediately before that day were members of the public services of the Federation or of the public service of a region shall on that day become members of the National Public Service. Who said that? Agui Ironsi. Provincial Public Service Commissions were to appoint all but the most senior officers. Thus, it took 5 months for Ironsi to wake from his slumber to opt for greater centralization of political power, centralization through unitarism. It is not clear what public reaction would have been if this had been well timed. That is to say, if it had been introduced before the dust which followed the coup had settled, there might have been less opposition to it. However, by May, that's 4 months after the coup, by May, suspicions had become rife that the January coup was an Igbo attempt to dominate Nigeria. You notice that all the books we read, you see the phrase dominate Igbo, domination. That's how people felt. And it was not just a feeling, it was based on the actions of the Igbos who got power. Let me read something else from... Okay, let's continue. The North was opposed to this decree, and the emirs and chiefs told Ironsi so. I said that the last straw that broke the camel's back was decree number 34. The North was opposed to this decree, and the emirs and chiefs told Ironsi so. In response, the national military government stressed the transitional nature of the decree and made it clear that it cannot be seriously emphasized enough that the military government can only run the government as a unified command. It cannot afford to run 5 governments and separate services as if it were a civilian regime. Military regime. The North felt very much incensed by this reply. So, I don't know the gentleman who said, somebody said earlier that it was not national policy that led to the coup. It is well with you. I just remembered now. It's well with you. Let's continue. The concentration of political and economic power in the hands of southern leaders had tilted the delicate Nigerian balance. Political power had been the North's safeguard against the South's economic and educational advantages. With the military coup that ended representative democracy of the northern region's political advantage was destroyed. With the military coup that ended representative democracy, the northern region's political advantage was destroyed. The South's advantage in the bureaucracy, which if anything was strengthened in authority by the coup, was greatly augmented. Thus, the efforts to strengthen and unify the civil services came to have political consequences. As a northern regional publication pointed out with reference to the Unification Decree number 34, quote, "Now, nobody really objected to a unitary government. It makes for one strong and united country. It creates a nation, but its implications must be understood quite clearly. One such implication is that all parts of the country should be at approximately the same stage of development." How would you do this? This meant, in the context of Nigeria, sinking money to raise the standard of education in the North to the level of the South. The Igbos would never have this. To the average Southerners, in fact, a united Nigeria meant more job opportunities, while to the Northerners, it meant the deprivation of their means of livelihood by more articulate people. For the Northerners, the unification of the civil service was the most annoying aspect of the decree. It confirmed their suspicions of the Ironsi regime. For the Western and Northern regions, it threatened their securities. Both regions were unenthusiastic about the decree, and so on May 27, 1966, riots broke out in the North, in which many Easterners, mainly Igbos, were killed. It was a reaction to what they regarded as a threat to their livelihood. Perhaps the lesson of this communal instability for Ironsi was to show how very fragile his military constituency was. He could not use the military to pull down this riot. It seemed most likely that the northern other ranks in the military would have resented shooting their brothers, given the atmosphere of mutual suspicion in the country. Ironsi had to rely on the police force. I just say that the mistake of Ironsi, was the people liked him. They not liked him. People were okay to have him until he started trying to take what didn't belong to him. So let's move away from there, and we're going to move. One second. Okay, let's go back to this. So I'm still reading the book by J. Ishawa Eligo. The book is called Gowon, the Biography of a Soldier Statesman. So it says here, while we have argued above that Ironsi was partially a victim of Nigeria's socio-political circumstances, he aggravated the situation for himself by his political insensitivity and lack of foresight. And Igbo himself, his appointment of Igbos as his closest advisors raised questions about the credibility of his efforts to remain an impartial leader. Some of the advice he got from these aides must have worsened the situation for him. Perhaps, please listen, perhaps, who were his advisors? We'll get to that later. Perhaps the widening of his range of advisors would have given him a few disinterested insights into some of the issues he had to tackle. Gowon does not think Ironsi as an individual was an ethnicist, but he believed that some of his kinsmen must have forced themselves on him. Of Ironsi, Gowon observed, I even think Gowon is wrong here. Why? Because Gowon likes to be PC. Because it didn't like Wala. Just want to make it look like it's not that bad. It's bad. And by the way, it's a pattern. It's a pattern that you find in the railway corporation. You find it in the port. You find it everywhere. Once a person from that region gets something, everybody begins to come in from that space. Why? Because we are one Nigeria, after all. Let's continue. Of Ironsi, Gowon observed, quote, "There were complaints that only the Igbos came to advise Ironsi. Certainly, it is true that they probably forced themselves on him. From that point of view, you may say that he was strongly influenced by that group, and probably the advice they gave him, and the advice they gave him and he accepted made him to do a number of things that really caused some problems for his regime later. But I think it would be unfair to accuse him of ethnicity. I do not think I had ever known him to be ethnic. You see, the way we were brought up in the army, we did not think we were from this tribe or that tribe. We were probably much closer sometimes to people with whom you had been to the same school, but sometimes, in fact, you were closer to some people with whom you had been at Sandhurst or Mons." All right, like I said, quintessential Gowon for you. I wonder why people still hate him with all these wonderful things he says. It was not unusual in the Nigerian political. We're back to Eligo. It is not unusual in the Nigerian political setting for leaders to be swamped by a number of unsolicited advisors from the ethnic group, but Ironsi should have been more sensitive in some of his appointments. Removing TOS Elias and appointing Onyuke, his friend, as Attorney General may be defended as an attempt to clear out the remains of the Balewa cabinet. Please, I want to read some names here. Somebody asked a question. I'm going to read out some names. It is the genesis of playing the victim card and the effort of being checked from the north. No, it happened before, but it's fine. Somebody asked a question. I'm about to answer the question now. It says, removing TOS Elias and appointing Onyuike, his friend, as Attorney General may be defended as an attempt to clear out the remains of the Balewa cabinet. But appointing Onwokedi, another Igbo, as the sole commissioner to report on feasibility of unification of civil services of the Federation is not defensible. Nor was the appointment of Dr. P. Okibo as permanent secretary, Minister of Finance and Economic Advisor quite defensible. It was not surprising that Okibo's second role as economic advisor clashed with Mr. Aida's role as permanent secretary, Ministry of Economic Planning. Another appointment of his was also controversial. His attempt to appoint Professor J.C. Edozien of the University of Ibadan as Vice Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, met with resistance from Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina, who favored the appointment of Professor Ishaya Audu. This already happened in Lagos, by the way. Just stay with me. Similarly, his reliance on some academics such as Professor J.C. Edozien and Dr. Eke, mainly from universities of Ibadan, Lagos, and Nsukka, did raise some problems of credibility for him. In addition, Ironsi carried out promotion exercises in April 66. This is the third source we are seeing this thing that happened in 66. That Chuks Ilogbolam is trying to brush aside in the true fashion of where he's from. Guys, it is what it is. So he says, in addition, Ironsi carried out promotion exercises in May 1966, despite the one-year moratorium on promotions. Of the 21 officers promoted from majors to lieutenant colonels, 18 were Igbo speaking. The announcement after the May riots in the north that decree number 34 was, quote, designed to meet the demands of the military government under unified command and to enable it to carry out its day-to-day administration, end quote, came too late. This was not emphasized in the broadcast, though it was mentioned. All right, so I think we've gotten enough details just to have like a broader view of what happened. So, Guy Park, by the way, this is not, what's not the book I'm reading? This is it. I don't talk, I'm tired. Hope you have seen it now. Thank you very much. Let me show it again, just in case. You see the author and the book title. All right, back to this. So, guy filled everywhere with Igbo people. Is it bad? I mean, for somebody who is shouting unity, it's very bad. It's just that, to be honest, for the East, the definition of unity is everything that allows them to move anyhow they want to move in Nigeria. That's the definition of unity. Excuse me. And by the way, there can be no accountability. After all, we're all one Nigeria. So this thing of the 21 officers promoted from major to lieutenant colonels, you find it in Adeboyega's book. You find it in Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. You find it in the speech by Enaoro. Which is why I say, when I read some people's books, it just makes me think that they must assume that the rest of us are stupid. And if that's how you are thinking as a writer, then you're actually not very smart. Let's go on. It says here, moreover, if the decree, that's decree number 34. It says, moreover, if the decree has in no way affected the territorial divisions of the country, as the government statement claimed, it is not easy to see why there was such impatience displayed while the commission was still at work. It may be speculated that if Ironsi had created states, it would have had less opposition. A publication by the succeeding military government contended that one of the major factors which contributed to the collapse of the Ironsi government was the fact that this basic issue of the creation of states was ignored by him on the advice of his Igbo advisors. And I say 100% right. Why? Let me put it this way. Ironsi was the military arm of the NCNC. His policies were NCNC policies. The things he was putting out there was what NCNC would do. And one of the things that NCNC was vehemently against was the creation of states, because they didn't want the Eastern region to break. Even Azikiwe said it. And by the way, Azikiwe was playing, cat and mouse with them when he said to them, like, oh, you guys can have your region. After a while, they had a meeting at Enugu and they said, you can't have your region anymore because you're going to break the Eastern region. So no matter what people said, he will still say no. Why? Because his Igbo advisors will advise him against it. Perhaps if Ironsi had tried to get out of his delusion, by the way, I don't know why that delusion is still happening, but sorry, I want to see the year when this book was published. 86, 85, okay. First published in 86, okay. By the way, in 1986, it was still spelled as Igbo, I-B-O. Just to say that it's taking people a while to get into it. It says, perhaps if Ironsi had tried to get out of his delusion that he could play a political politics, he could have effectively handled some situations. For Decree 34, United Northerners were, for Decree 34, United Northerners more so than they had been prior to it. Oh boy, let me read it again. There's no comma where commas should be, so I have to take it slowly. For Decree number 34, United Northerners more so than they had been prior to it. In other words, Decree 34 united the people against the government. The unification of the civil services threatened the minority groups in the north who were more educationally and advanced than the far northerners and who dominated the civil service there. The creation of a middle belt state together with other states might have diluted the support of minority groups for the maintenance of a united north. As Gowon's creation of states in the maintenance of a united north, as Gowon's creation of states in the eastern region neutralized enthusiasm for Ojukwu's secession. With Decree number 34, the minorities and the Hausa Fulani and Kanuri teamed up to protect what they regarded as their common interest from a common source of threat, the South, particularly the Igbos. We're going to move away from here now, but let me just say this. In case you are Igbo, because I want to also, I understand the way people feel when they send me stuff and insult me. You feel bad, and I get it, because your ethnic group is being called over and over again. But you have to understand the fact that as far as history is concerned, your emotions don't matter. And the way to approach situations like this is not to ask us to stop or to lie. It's for you to learn from what has happened so that you don't repeat the mistakes. That's a better attitude to history. So I get it that you hear Igbo. Why are they always talking about Igbo? Are we always bad? There are good things that your people did, but as far as Nigerian politics is concerned, it's more bad than good. I'm never going to lie. It's actually more terrible than you even ever imagine. If you think about it, let's assume that you are from the north or from the west or from any other place, but from where you are, you will hate what your leaders did. And if you think that way, then you'll be able to approach the matter objectively and say, for instance, Akintola was my leader in Western Nigeria. I wasn't born then, obviously, but he was the Premier of the West. And I can acknowledge the great things that he did, but I can also tell you what he did wrongly. To say that is not to disrespect him, is to be honest about the past, so that today we don't repeat the mistakes. The mistake that you guys are making is that you hate people telling you what your leaders did that was wrong. And when we tell you about the things that they did that was good, you don't even really care about it. What you really want is for us to say that you are the victim of everything in Nigeria, and that is not true. So if you find this unbearable, just understand the fact that it's not against you. It's just, what people did. So you just understand that it was your leaders. But once you start standing up for them and say, no, then that means that you are the same thing as your leaders. Thank you for understanding. May God bless you. A few things before we move on. So there was an interview conducted with Gowon, and that's General Gowon. And Gowon said, Gowon had advised Ironsi to bring the mutineers to trial. He recalled in my interview with him, quote, I had recommended to General Ironsi a number of times that these officers should be punished for the purposes of discipline in the army. The Ironsi regime would have survived if the officers had been punished. I kept advising Ironsi that something should be done. So apparently, Ironsi did not do what it was supposed to do. By the way, the people were in prison. Guys, I have to end the live and start all over again. I just got a warning. They are mass reporting this account. It says system permanent ban will occur if live video does not end in 1 minute. So I have to end now. Please join the live again. On TikTok, on YouTube, I apologize for this. They are really, really mass. Wait. Let me see this notification. Is the notification a person? Can everybody see it? Can everybody see notification? If everybody can see it, that means that it's a lie. Oh, he's a fool. Sorry. He's one of these fools. He's a fool. But please power tap. He's actually one of the fools going on the round. I thought I was the only one who could see, because something like that came up yesterday, and that one was from TikTok. But please power tap. If you can see it, it means he's a fool. So I'm saying very clearly, you are a fool. But still, let's power tap, because we have a lot of fools in the corridors. The only thing you want is somebody to be, pandering to you and treating you like babies. In fact, let me read something to you before we go on. This is from Gowon. Gowon, it says there have been it says one version of what happened when they were moving power. One version claims that politicians never handed over power to Ironsi, and that he was the one who physically coerced them to hand over power to him, claiming that otherwise he would not be able to restore order. There was little alternative for the politicians. Another version claimed that the whole handover exercise had been stage managed by Nwafo Rizu, President of the Senate, who was acting president in Azikiwe's absence, and Ironsi as a legitimation mechanism for the new regime. The things that Igbo elders did in the 60s, in the 50s and the 60s. I just pray the people understand what happened so that they can at least heal. But all this song, nobody's making anybody kiniko. My mouth movement is not synchronizing with your voice. Hello. Hello. So it's not me. Maybe it's the app. My wife, I think it's the Apple. All right, let's continue. So let's go to chapter 7 of this book. It is on your end too. Oh, I can't really do anything about that. Thai Politic Nation. Why was the British ambassador present at the handover? What handover? Are you talking about the second coup or the first coup? Because we have not gone to the second coup yet, though. There was no British ambassador at the first handover, by the way. That's for Ironsi, 1966, 16th of January. There was no British present. The British who were present came around in 66 July. Handover of power at first coup. No, there's no record. There's no record of British. Lot of facts. Thank you very much. May God help me. And with your support as well. We'll do well. Azikiwe said so in video. See, I listened to that interview. I didn't hear him say that. What he said was that, no, he didn't say that. So if you piece everything together, okay, so this is what Sheikh Shagari said. Maybe we can understand it from his perspective. They invited the British to help them with soldiers, right? They reached out to the British to help them to quell the coup. But the British said in order for them to get involved, they would need the Prime Minister's, what's the word now, request, right? Since it was, of course, the highest political office holder in Nigeria. And in the absence of the prime minister, there has to be someone representing him who could sign and send something to them. If you're just joining, just calm down. I don't know what's happening. Is the app? I don't know why it's like that. So sorry about that. What was I saying? That they're going to need somebody to sign. And then they went with the Charima to Nwa for Rizu. All of that happened, the British were not there physically, but they knew about what was going on. They were willing to help, but they needed somebody to sign, and then nobody signed. So they were not involved in the handing over power. As a matter of fact, when they were handing over power, and you can find the should I call it proceedings, so to speak, in the book by Sheikh Shagari, it's called Beckoned to Serve. It talked about the things that happened, how the place was surrounded by soldiers, and there was no mention of any Oyinbo. Gowon did not mention Oyinbo. Akinjide did not mention any Oyinbo. Nobody mentioned any Oyinbo person being there. And I didn't even hear Azikiwe say the same, to be honest. But I know that he knew about what was happening because Azikiwe announced in England, he was in Surrey at the time, he announced in England that Ironsi was the GOC of the armed forces. An announcement that nobody knew in Nigeria until 11:50 p.m. 10 minutes to 12 midnight was when Nigerians heard it. Azikiwe knew it in the afternoon, which tells us that when Ironsi and Orizu were having the meeting, 40 minutes by the way, that according to Sheikh Shagari, this man was there, Azikiwe. And he himself said that he received a telephone call from Orizu. We piece everything together and discovered that, oh boy, they were planning something. Anyway, let's continue with this book. We are still going to consult some other books, but please stay with me. And if you are here on TikTok, please power tap. Anywhere you are, please share the live. Thank you very much. Sorry. Okay, so let's get into this. So we're reading Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman by J. Eligu Ishaya. J. Ishawa Eligu. General Ironsi took on the second... Okay, let me start from the beginning. In the light of dissatisfactions within the army and disquiet in the country, Ironsi planned a two-pronged diffusion mechanism. Number one, to explain the military situation to members of the armed forces. Number two, to explain the political situation to the chiefs, emirs, and obas. The duty of explaining the situation to the military fell on Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, the Army Chief of Staff, who had attained much popularity in the army from his days as Adjutant General. Gowon discharged his duties effectively. Although he could not eradicate mutual suspicions within the army, his countrywide tours helped to diffuse tensions and keep the barracks calm for a while, albeit an uneasy calm. At least, Gowon's tours delayed the eruption of violence in the barracks for some months. General Ironsi took on the second task himself. In a military regime with no institutions for popular participation, traditional rulers were important channels of communication with the masses. After all, these traditional rulers had been used for the maintenance of law and order in May 1966, following the bloody communal riots in the north. It was therefore perfectly logical for Ironsi to turn to them again for the explanation of his government policies to their various communities, given the wave of rumors after Decree No. 34 of 1966. It was a curious relationship. Here, one had a Weberian-type rational legal authority trying to tap the traditional legitimacy of emirs, chiefs, and obas to buttress its sagging credibility. However, from interviews conducted with some of the traditional rulers by the author, it was found that some of them felt that Ironsi had called them to Ibadan to brief them. Please listen to this section. I'm going to read another book. Chukwudi, please stop asking me that question. Sincerely, it's boring. It's boring. Thank you for understanding. I'll be asking the same question over and over again now. How about? One second. I want to open the other book so that it will be easy for me. Okay, I found it. It says, however, from interviews conducted with some of the traditional rulers of the author, it was found that some of them felt that Ironsi had called them to Ibadan to brief them on his policies and offered no two-way communication channel for them. They could not ask questions on issues or express their opinions on issues which worried them. For them, the Ibadan conference on July 28, 1966, therefore, was the height of the military power's arrogance. Ironically, while traditional leaders commanded some modicum of respect in their communities, and this varied from one place to the other, many of them had also lost their credibility appreciably. For Ironsi to use them therefore alienated some groups. Perhaps one of the greatest problems Ironsi had was one of communication. This problem plagued him throughout his tenure of office. One of the things I mentioned yesterday, I want to read it from the book. Thank you very much, Just Becoming. Thank you for doing a fantastic job. So again, we read this yesterday. It's from Military and Politics by Martin Dent. And it says here, one of Ironsi's last acts, it is said, was to gather the chiefs together to teach them to sing the national anthem, and apparently to indicate that he wished to post them around Nigeria in the same way as he was posting the governors. A suggestion so contrary to the ideas of political local ties of the ideas of the particular local ties of chieftainship that the Emir of Kano walked out of the meeting. So essentially, he went to Ibadan just to be dishing out orders. He didn't take any advice, but was telling them that he was going to be moving them around. So again, it still tells you exactly what Charles Oyema was saying in 45, that the Igbos would dominate Nigeria. Because if you have this situation where you could transfer Oba everywhere, it means that you could have an Obi of Lagos, you could have an Oba of Kano, then you could have like an Obi of Ibadan. So you can essentially, by the way, I can assure you that most of the kings in Nigeria will be from the east, and they will be strategically positioned in major cities. There will be an easterner rule in Ibadan, definitely. There would have been in Ibadan, in Lagos, in Kano, in Kaduna, in Jos. Those strategic cities, in Port Harcourt, there will be a major person there, according to Ironsi's bright idea, which apparently is just nonsense. But now we're going to move away from there and go to something a bit more somber. I want to get into how he died, and I'll be reading 2 books for that. So we'll read this one, and then we'll read Ilok. So once we're done with this one, we'll now begin to get into the Araba. Araba, of course, or I don't know if it's Araba, was the Northern Counter Coup, which of course talked about secession. So read that from the Nigerian Civil War in a bit. So let's get back into this. In early July, Ironsi had toured some parts of northern Nigeria in order to explain the policies of his government to some northern emirs, such as the emirs of Zaria and Kano. He then returned to Lagos to prepare for his trip to Ibadan via Benin. At Ibadan, he addressed the emirs, obas, and chiefs from all over the federation at the former Western Regional House of Chiefs, and later attended a state dinner in his honor on the evening of the 28th of July, 1966. There was no doubt that the July coup was not planned countrywide. A vengeful coup, it was aimed at removing Ironsi and some of his suspected Igbo cohorts in the army. In the south, where the plan was hatched, In the south, where the plan was hatched, there seemed to have been some problems of communication among the coup planners. The coup no doubt was planned for the 29th of July 1966 and for Ibadan. Asked why they chose Ibadan, one of the coup makers told the author that in the State House, it could have been a bloody battle because of the troops around. A detachment of the Nigerian army was to provide security for Ironsi and had left Lagos for Ibadan. I have to take this thing all over. You know what? I have to calm down. Let's say that part again. Asked why they chose Ibadan, one of the coup makers told the author that, quote, in the State House, it could have been a bloody battle because of the troops around, end quote. A detachment of the Nigerian army, which was to provide security for Ironsi, had left Lagos for Ibadan through Benin in advance under Lieutenant Walbe. This detachment played a very active role in the coup. Thus, Ironsi was to find, like many rulers have found, that security forces very often create insecurity for political leaders. On arrival at Ibadan, please, this is actually very, if you can, in the comment section, please don't make fun of this because it's terrible. But let's continue. On arrival at Ibadan, the security force under the lieutenant established contact with northern officers. In addition to Lieutenant Wabe was Major Danjuma. Who is Danjuma? The same Danjuma that you know, T.Y. Danjuma. And I'm going to read his interview once I'm done with this. So he says, in addition to Lieutenant Wabe was Major Danjuma, a northern officer who was always in Ironsi's entourage and had made the necessary arrangements for changing soldiers on guard and collecting troops from Ibadan barracks to help with the coup operation. He coordinated the Ibadan operation, Major Danjuma. The police security division at Ibadan must have heard about an impending coup. For Chief Superintendent of Police J.D. Gomwalk had tried his best to get this information from Lieutenant Wabe at Ibadan Airport, but failed. Thus, even some northern indigenes in the police were not trusted enough to have information about the coup. In the evening of July 28, 1966, Lieutenant Colonel Fadji had a state dinner and party for General Ironsi. It was during that party that the northern officers passed the code word Araba. We'll talk a bit about Araba later. Go deeper into it. So they started passing the code word Araba among themselves. Later in the night of the same day, fighting broke out at Abakuta Garrison, leading to the killing of its Igbo commander and many other Igbo soldiers. How many of us were here when we discussed what happened at Abakuta? I just want to be sure if we should go there or just continue. Do you remember what happened at Abakuta? Anybody, do you remember? If we are good, then we'll just go on. Okay, I can't say anybody, so let's just go on. So later in the night of the same day, fighting broke out at Abakuta Garrison, leading to the killing of its Igbo commander and many other Igbo soldiers. Meanwhile, at Ibadan, there had been an outburst. I missed that. Go there. Oh, okay. 1 second. It's going to be very short, I won't go into the details. Okay. Let me read this to you from Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, Volume 2. It says, a mutiny started at the army barracks in Abakuta in the former Western region in the morning of July 29. By the way, this is from Anthony Nauro, right? It says a mutiny started at the army barracks in Abakuta in the former Western region in the morning of July 29. An officer of northern origin heard a telephone discussion between two Igbo officers. After the discussion, the Igbo officer at the Abakuta barracks ordered all Igbo soldiers at the barracks to take up arms and, quote, be ready, unquote. This was believed to be the signal for the elimination of the remaining non-Igbo officers in the army. The, quote, unfinished job, quote, end quote, of January 15. The officer from the north, in turn, asked all soldiers from other ethnic groups to take up their arms. An argument followed between the two officers and their supporters, and shooting broke out between the two sides. This disorder spread to other barracks in the rest of the country and continued all through the weekend. Major General Ironsi, who was then visiting Ibadan, and his host, the military governor of the West, Lieutenant Colonel Fajri, were kidnapped at the government house in Ibadan. The net result was another coup. So that's just an idea. There's a bigger portion, but I don't want to go deep into it. So that's what happened in Abakuta. The Igbos were trying to strike. The Northerners heard about it. They struck. All of them struck. People were killed. Many of them Igbos. And this continued all the way in Ikeja. We're going to get into this. I want to discuss what happened with Baba Femi Agundipe, and I wanted to try to control the people. That will be much later. So just at least you know now details of what, at least a bit of what happened in Abakuta. Let's go on. Meanwhile at Ibadan, there had been an outburst of gunfire, apparently as a result of a mistake in the process of loading a gun. This was taken by the northern soldiers as an operation signal, while Ironsi, Fajri, and Ojukwu, who is Ojukwu, the one who wrote the book Tragedy Without Heroes. While Ironsi, Fajri, and Ojukwu seemed quite worried, for they called for Lieutenant Warbe to explain the sounds heard. Lieutenant Warbe expressed surprise and said he was going to check on this. Between 6 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. on 29th July, Lieutenant Warbe and Major Danjuma were in effective contact. In other words, the person where they protect arm, now they won't use for arm. Lieutenant Warbe and Major Danjuma were in effective contact at the State House after the change of guards. It was then that both officers walked up to Ironsi, saluted, and brought both Ironsi and Fajri downstairs. They were handed over to Lieutenant Warbe by Major Danjuma to take charge. Lieutenant Warbe and his troops took these two men to an area of bush at Ibadan. By the way, that place is called Lalukpon, where they subjected Ironsi to questions about the January coup and the northern leaders and officers who had died then. From the accounts of those who were there, Ironsi played the part of a very good soldier. Contrary to many publications suggesting that he made confessions, there seems to be no evidence of such confessions. I'm going to stop here now. Then I'll go to the book by Chuks Ilogbonam. One second. First, let me read something from here. I'm going to read something from here before going there. So this is an interview that was, this is from what happened between Ironsi and Danjuma. So he says, let me just read it here. It was reliably learnt from an officer and a soldier on the spot that it was Ironsi's muteness amidst a barrage of questions that led to his being shot by an angry northern soldier. See an interesting exchange between Ironsi and Major Danjuma during the arrest of General Ironsi. So it's like drama. We're going to recreate it now. General Ironsi says, "What do you want?" Major Danjuma says, "You are under arrest. You organized the killing of our brother officers in January, and you have done nothing to bring the so-called dissident elements to justice because you were part and parcel of the whole thing." General Ironsi says, "Who told you that? You know it is not true." Major Danjuma says, "You are lying. You have been fooling us. I ran around risking my neck to try to calm the ranks. And in February, you told us that they would be tried. This is July and nothing has been done. You will answer for your actions." By the way, this is from the book by Lindsay. I'm going to refer to it when I get to the other book. I'll get the exact title in a second. It says this account claims that Major Danjuma had initially ordered that General Ironsi be taken to Bida prison pending date of a full inquiry. Gowon confirmed that Danjuma did not know what happened to Ironsi and Fajuyi until the harm had been done and was reported to have felt very bad. So apparently, Danjuma arrested him, but was not the one that pulled the trigger. And let's read what Danjuma himself has to say from I saw something funny now. I have to write it down. Interestingly, I already marked it, but I didn't even know that I read that thing before. So, 1 second. Papa Femi, where is he? All right, let's go to the book by Ilegbonam. I hope you're having a wonderful day. All right. So here's the book I'm about to read. Please try and be snapping the picture instead of asking over and over again, what's the title? I beg, just look up now, eh? Now go there, so say Esheon Gidigan. So it's called Ironsi, Nigeria, the Army, Power and Politics by Chuks Ilegbunam. So the book I was looking for, by the way, I was looking for it this morning. I can't find it to buy. But if you find, please let me know. It's just a slight volume on T.Y. Danjuma. It was written by a man called Lindsay Barrett. He's a Jamaican journalist, and the book is titled Danjuma, The Making of a General. It was published in 1978. I found something very interesting when I was studying this stuff, because T.Y. Danjuma said he was going to write, but that every time he wanted to write, memories came back to him. So he's hoping that somebody would. In fact, let me just read it to you. So this is an interview, by the way, conducted in February 2008, reproduced in this book by Chuks Ilegbunam. It was conducted by Ademola Adegbamigbe. All right, so this is the interview published on Sunday, February 17, 2008. So this is between, of course, the man and Theophilus Danjuma. And by the way, the caption is "How I arrested Ironsi. His crocodile staff made me lose control of the soldiers." Theophilus Danjuma. So let's go deep into it. Lieutenant General Theophilus Yakubu Danjuma rarely discusses the bloody Counter Coup of July 29, 1966. He has not published his memoirs. He may never publish it. He had the Jamaican journalist Lindsay Barrett publish a slight volume entitled Danjuma, The Making of a General in 1978. From this book, the uncertified stories of his leadership role in the abduction and murder of General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi and Lieutenant Colonel Francis Adekunle Fajuyi received the imprimatur of certainty. He upped the ante many years later when he granted a rare interview to The Guardian on Sunday on what has remained the bloodiest coup in the annals of African history, conducted by Ademola Adegbamigbe. All right, I just like to read some of those things. I think it helps. All right. Question. You were quoted as saying that your memoirs would be one of grenade. We don't even need this thing, to be honest. It's not part of... Anyway, just saying that he would rather just tell the story and someone else will write it rather than him writing it, because every time he wrote, he had to relive, those tense periods. That's basically what's in that. We don't need to get into all of that for now. So let me get into this. Will you, in the book, correct, for example, the book that he was going to write, the many stories around the coup in Ibadan in 1966 and your alleged role in the killing of Aguiyi-Ironsi and Adekunle Fajuyi? So he says the interesting thing about the Ibadan coup where Ironsi was arrested is that the full story is already in print. If you take the book written on me by Lindsay Barrett, the account given there with General Yakubu Gowon's biography written by Professor Eshawa Elaigo, the one we just read, if you read those two, the account of what happened, you'll find, if you put them together, a lot of the gray areas will be cleared. Well, you still have to clear some speculations here concerning your role. It is said that you broke Ironsi's famous swagger stick, which was thought to be his magic wand. Did you? Did your people drag Ironsi on the road? Did you take him to Iwo Road and shoot him? Answer: no, it is not true. What happened was that after we arrested him, I lost control. Remember that I was a complete stranger. I came from Lagos with Ironsi as a staff in the army headquarters attached to him. I stayed in the barracks with the adjutant, the chief of staff of the commanding officer. I stayed with him in a single office quarters, and it was there that at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning I was in bed when he came and knocked at my door. He said, "Sir, do you know what has happened?" I said, "No." He said there was some trouble in Abakuta. He said there was an Igbo officer holding a secret meeting with all the Igbo officers in the officers' mess, and our boys went and shot all of them. That's the meeting that Enaoro was talking about in the 1968 speech at Addis Ababa. So again, you have to connect all these things, right? Nothing. So it says, who are our boys? According to the interviewer, it says, who are our boys? So Tiwa Danjuma says, Northern soldiers. Remember, Igbos did the killings that took place in January 1966. They killed non-Igbo officers. Sorry, they killed non-Igbo senior army officers. Only one Igbo officer was killed, but Igbo wiped out almost all the senior non-Igbo officers. We rounded up all the people who did the killings because we all helped Ironsi to abort the January coup. They were rounded up and put in jail where they were being paid their full salary. You know, again, it's good to have multiple sources. So that salary that they were paying them, now at least you believe, you know it's true. Ironsi, thank you, Femi. And it was also giving them allowances while they were in quote-unquote detention. So he says they were rounded up and put in jail where they were being paid their full salary. They had television, they had everything there despite being detained, and nobody was talking about court-martialing them. Instead, the newspapers, including the Daily Times, wrote to the effect that the boys being detained were national heroes. National heroes because they killed corrupt politicians. He didn't say anything about army officers. They killed corrupt politicians and replaced them with Ironsi, whom we would call Ironside. Very insulting and, in my opinion, provocative. They were saying that those boys should be freed. Tension started building. Riots broke out in the north, and it was because of the riots that broke out in the north that Ironsi started going around to talk to traditional rulers and the army leaders. I was in his convoy. We got to Ibadan. We had a meeting with traditional rulers and leaders of thought, at the end of which everybody was asked to sing the national anthem. We all sang the national anthem. By the way, that's the one that Barnett was... Is it Barnett? What's his name? That... What's his name? Is it Barnett? Martin Dent, not Barnett. That's what Martin Dent was saying when he said he was teaching traditional rulers to sing national anthem. Again, I kind of like how these things touch my one around. Please, I can hear the beeping sound of my light source. So if you don't mind, please give me a few seconds. I just need to switch so that this one will not go off. I hope you don't mind. Please, it's better that I don't want this thing to go off at all, so that we don't have to now start all over recalibrating. So please, let me just go for a few seconds and change this light source. Thank you for understanding. Please don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a jiffy. Thank you very much for staying tuned. Thank you. All right, we're back. I think we're good. Everything is fine. Thank you. 1 second, please. Let's just get off the... Okay. Thank you. All right, let's get back into this. So it says here... Oh, sorry. Okay. So I was in his convoy. We got to Ibadan. We had a meeting with traditional rulers and leaders of thought, at the end of which everybody was asked to sing the national anthem. Everybody was asked to sing the national anthem. We all sang the national anthem. In the night, we had dinner and we came back. We dropped him, Ironsi, at Government House and then went to the barracks to stay with the adjutant. Then at 1 o'clock in the night, there was bang, bang, bang on my door. I said, what happened? He, adjutant, said there was some trouble in Abakuta. I said, what was it? He said the man on duty, the duty officer, saw the commanding officer holding meetings in the officers' mess. All the officers that attended the meeting were Igbos. They left out non-Igbo officers. The duty officer called 1 or 2 soldiers. They cocked their guns, went there and rounded up everybody. They thought it was a joke. One of them had a staff machine gun by his side and he bent down and attempted to pick it up. They opened up on him and shot him down. They sprayed everybody, killed everybody there and started telephoning. They rang Ibadan. It was then that this boy woke me up. This was what happened. The press had been calling for the release of the January coup plotters. Now our boys had created an excuse for the release. After killing these people, it is a draw. They killed army officers in Lagos and all over Nigeria. Igbos did it. Now Igbos had been killed in Abakuta. That would be the end of it. I said no. I asked the adjutant, who was in position, to know if the Supreme Commander at that time, Ironsi, was known as Supreme Commander, if he had been told. He said no, he didn't think so. I said, okay, you should get me some soldiers. He brought soldiers. I didn't come to Ibadan with combat dress. I had to borrow the combat dress of an officer about my size. It was an American combat dress. This officer had just come back from the US. You know, when you travel with the head of state, you have to dress decently, wear service dress and so on. So I borrowed fatigue, wore it. In fact, I wore it over my pajamas and left with the adjutant. I said, take me to the government house. We got there. We asked soldiers who were on duty to ground arms. They all grounded their arms. I told the adjutant what to do. Soldiers grounded their arms, we disarmed them and armed the soldiers that we thought. Sorry, we disarmed them and armed the soldiers that we brought. Meanwhile, the anti-tank gun, Ironsi convoy, was there. The commander was there. The commander was from the Garrison in Ibadan. Again, I mean, from all of this, you already know that he came with Ironsi from Lagos. That's the Danjuma. The commander of the Garrison was from the Garrison in Ibadan. We knew him. We told him. He said we should use the gun to blow down the building. I said no. There's no need. The head of state was there. We had to arrest him. We were there and waited. And any time anybody came out from the building, we arrested him. They removed their shoes and we asked them to sit down. Question, why were you doing this? Answer, this is still Danjuma. We didn't want any violence. We wanted to arrest Ironsi alive and go lock him up. We wanted to interrogate him to find out the role he played in the coup of January 1966. His stories didn't add up about how he escaped from Flagstaff House, where he was staying at number 1 Glover Ikoyi, and ended up in Ikeja. How it came about that Ojukwu, who was supposed to have handed over the command of the largest garrison in Lagos, which was then the Ikeja garrison, did not hand over. Ojukwu was still in command and he, Ironsi, went to join him. We were going to interrogate him about all those, or at least that was what I thought we were going to do. So everything I told the soldiers to do or not to do, they obeyed, until eventually, first Adekunle Fajuyi, military governor of Western Region, came out of the building after he waited. Every time he sent somebody out of the building, nobody went back. So Fajuyi came down. So he came down the steps. As he came down the steps, I saluted him and said, "Sir, you are under arrest. Hands up." He looked at me and called me. Danjuma, I said. Danjuma, I said, sir, you are under arrest. He raised his hands and came down. He said, what do you want? I said, we want to arrest you and we want to arrest the head of state. He said, and you are going out with him? I said, yes. Then the question from the interviewer, and you were supposed to be on the Supreme Commander's entourage. Tiwa Danjuma says, I was there. I went to Ibadan with him. What do you mean by supposed to? Then the question was, because you were now arresting. Then Tiwa Danjuma says, yes, I was arresting. He, Faji, pleaded with me not to go up with armed men, that he was going to go up and call Ironsi, provided I guaranteed his safety. I gave him my guarantee. I said, I guarantee your safety. He went there and didn't come down, so I decided to climb up. As I climbed up the steps, armed soldiers followed me. I had a grenade in my hand. I didn't have any arm. As I came, Ironsi was seated. Faji was by his side. I said, sir, you are under arrest. And I gave him the order to stand up. Reluctantly, Ironsi stood up. He used to carry a staff crocodile. He said he had it in his hand. They both came down. Faji was still asking me about guaranteeing safety. I guaranteed his safety absolutely. So we came out of the building down toward the car. One of the soldiers said we shouldn't allow him to carry his crocodile, that there's juju. I said no, there's nothing in it. He said it would disappear if we allowed him to carry it. He started to stop and I told him to shut up. That was the time I lost control. The soldier battened me and pushed me aside and took charge. To my greatest surprise, the adjutant, who was, these were his troops. I was a stranger. They were obeying me because everything I did, they liked. They liked what I was doing, but the moment I told them not to do something they didn't like, they rejected. I expected the adjutant who was there to intervene. He probably incited them. He said, yes, the soldier is right. This thing here, Ironsi's crocodile, is this Zaza or Zasa. It's juju that will make him disappear. So they took the thing from him, pushed me aside and bundled him and Faji in a vehicle and drove away. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. The front of the government house was littered with people without shoes, people who had come to get ready to go. They asked every one of them to sit on the floor and they removed their shoes. They all sat, including then head of service, Chief P. Odumosu. I came down. They, the soldiers, drove away. There was nobody to tell these people to go. So they all sat there. It was I who said, what are you people still doing here? Quietly, they realized they were free to go. Next question. They, the soldiers, are driven away with Faji and Ironsi. What of you? Then he says, I had to each a ride to get to barracks. I had to each a ride to go to the barracks. They left. There was no vehicle even for me to leave that place. They just drove away, taking them away. So I had to make my way back to the barracks. If you read General Gowon's book, it is there. They named names of the people who actually took Ironsi away. Now, there are a lot of lies. I have read some very funny lies told by Ironsi's ADC, whose life I saved. He was an Igbo officer from Abakaliki area. Let me take it again. It says, now there are a lot of lies. I read some very funny lies told by Ironsi's ADC, whose life I saved. He was an Igbo officer from Abakaliki area, tall, a good-looking chap. After the war, he came back. I saw him, we shook hands, and I gave him some money. I read his account. We captured a lot of literature in Enugu. The Igbos named his account, including what happened in Ibadan and what happened in the north, as pogrom. Again, I said the other time that stuff not be pogrom. But let's continue. I read all the accounts there. It was there that I saw the evidence given by this man in order to ... He must have felt guilty when his boss was arrested and taken away, and he went away and he went home empty-handed, without anything, even though it was his ADC and nothing happened to him. He had to tell a lie. I'm not saying anything. He had to tell a lie to justify how he came out with his limbs intact. He gave a long story of how he escaped, what happened, and so on. That man told a lot of lies that gained currency. Ironsi had 2 ADCs. One of them was Colonel Sonny Bello, and the other was this man. I wonder who that man was. Can somebody check? Sorry, I just like to... I should have done this before coming, but since I'm here now. One second. Nwankwo. His name is Nwankwo. Major, later Colonel Andrew Nwankwo. So that's the one. It says Nwankwo was from the same ethnic group as Ironsi, was trusted and he was deeply loyal to him. He was present during the events leading to the Ironsi assassination on July 29, 1966. He survived the coup and later rose to the rank of colonel in the Nigerian army. All right, so we have the name at least. Let me write it here. So in case you want to do further research, just look for Major Andrew or later Colonel Andrew Nwankwo. So apparently, according to Tiwa Danjuma, Nwankwo had to tell a lie to justify how he came out with his limbs intact. He gave a long story of how he escaped and what happened and so on. That man told a lot of lies that gained currency. Ironsi had two ADCs. One of them was Colonel Sonny Bello and the other was this man. I prevailed on the soldiers not to do anything to anybody. Excuse me. We arranged even for him to escape and go away. He went home and started telling a lot of lies. He went home and started telling lies. He told a lot of lies, which I read in the account he gave in Biafra. We had an inquiry. People came to give account and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, I didn't keep it, but I remember that the stories gained currency. I remember that the stories that gained currency were from that man. Then the question, the adjutant created the problem. The answer, he didn't create the problem. The Igbos who killed senior officers all over the place created the problem. They created the problem. They sowed the wind and reaped the problem. It wasn't him, the adjutant. They were reacting. They were avenging what happened in January. The July coup was a revenge coup. Who is speaking? Tiwa Danjuma. So you ask, what's the name of the adjutant? Say Garba Paiko. Was he a major? Major, he was a second lieutenant. You were a senior, oh yes. But when it comes to coup making, there is no rank. Please, there's something I want. Remember this thing that Tiwa Danjuma says here. When it comes to coup making, there is no rank. Please remember this. You're going to need this phrase when you start reading the ridiculous things that Ojukwu said about Agundipe and Gowon. When we start talking about Agundipe and Gowon, please remember this statement. When it comes to coup making, there is no rank. Let's continue. The coup is a bandwagon of hierarchy. This was his unit. He knew the boys. I didn't know them, but he knew me. He used me. And then the question, you were lucky they didn't mistake you for an Igbo. And then the response, oh, easily. I was lighter in complexion than I am now. Many times they took me for an Igbo. So he, adjutant, didn't create the problem. I don't think you people know what happened. What would you do when you went to bed and woke up and found that all the people from your area in the army, innocent people, were killed in their beds? Some of them even with their wives, all done by Igbo officers. We bottled this for 6 months, from January to July. Then the opportunity came for revenge. In the army, you were taught that when you are fired upon, you take cover and return fire. We didn't return fire immediately. We gave Ironsi a chance to deal with the people who killed our seniors. He did not. We couldn't understand. If politicians were corrupt, why didn't you confine yourself to killing politicians? If it was necessary that the army should take over, why was it that this same army should eliminate the cream of that army and leave us with absolutely useless people like Ironsi, who was a desk clerk head of state? We couldn't understand it, but we bottled it up till January, and when the opportunity came, we decided to revenge. This is what happened. By the way, when he talks about killing the cream of the army, just remember that Yoruba people were part of those cream that were killed. Ademulegun with his 8-month pregnant wife, and Rashuda Inde. Then from the north, you had Memalari, you had Pam, you had Lagema, and then you had Kerr Mohammed. Those 4 were also senior military officers, which is why I tell you, when they say it was because of Awolowo War, and people that were killed were Awolowo's enemies, just remind them that the military officers that were killed, how were they Awolowo's enemies? And why were they killed? They were killed because they were not Igbos. And they were killed because they were a threat to the plan, to the original plan. And that original plan was two-pronged. It was Mbadiwe and also it was Ironsi. If Mbadiwe worked as prime minister, that would be okay. But since it did not work, then Ironsi did what he was supposed to do. All this thing about the coup was not successful. The coup was very successful. Or maybe the one they're talking about is the one they didn't see. So maybe the coup that was not successful will be the revolutionary coup of Nzogu and Ademoyega. But the real coup was successful. And you will find what I'm saying here. You will find it in the book by Shehu Shagari. When they took power from them, he said it was a coup. And I agree 100%. It was a coup. Ironsi did not quell the coup. Ironsi did what he was supposed to do as part of a bigger, larger coup. Anyway, let's get back to what he has to say. People blame you for what happened in Ibadan, but as it is, the adjutant more or less instigated the soldiers. Then he answers, yes, this is what I suspect. My suspicion is born out of the fact that he did not do what I would do if I were in his position. He, the adjutant, approved of what the boys did. I'm going to read to you what, by the way, Ojukwu has to say about Ironsi, but that will be later. But you know what? Just to make something very clear, I'm going to read something out to you from this book so you understand why I don't think this writer is serious, with all due respect. Let me read something to you. It says here, the readers must decide their personal views on and interpretations of the overall import of the Danjuma interview, but there are some issues of contradiction to raise. Danjuma said, number one, we didn't want any violence. We wanted to arrest him alive and go and lock him up. We wanted to interrogate him to find out the role he played in the coup. His stories did not add up about how he escaped from the flagship house and so on. By the way, he's not the first person to say that the story did not add up. Even Ben Bule said that story did not add up. Read this book, Nigeria's Five Majors. And he made it very clear that Okafor and OG had reached out to Ironsi, and he called it too much of a coincidence, and he called their action treacherous. This was from his own, I'm using his words, treachery, too much of a coincidence, the fact that they were going while he was leaving, the fact that they essentially protected Ironsi from the other coup plotters. So making it look like Danjuma is the first person to ask this question is actually ridiculous. But let's continue. Then the second part, he said, oh, so he said they went to arrest him, but he's also saying that Paiko didn't create the problem. The Igbos who killed our senior officers all over the place created the problem. They created the problem. They sowed the wind and reaped the problem. It wasn't him, the adjutant. They were reacting. They were avenging. Danjuma further said, if it was necessary, the army should take over. Why was it that this same army should eliminate the cream of that army and leave us with absolutely useless people like Ironsi, who was the desk clerk head of state? Let me say something. And if you are Igbo, I will not be surprised, because most of you think just like Chuks Ilogunam. There's no contradiction in those two things. He's saying that he wanted to arrest the man. However, the adjutant wanted, the soldiers wanted something else. He didn't want what the soldiers wanted, and then he voiced it out. And when he voiced it out, the people stopped following him. The adjutant, of course, wanted what the people wanted. Therefore, they pushed him aside. What did they say they do to himself? Let me see. Oh. Yes. They pushed me aside and bundled. So they took the thing from him, pushed me aside and bundled him and Faji in a vehicle and drove away. So they pushed him aside and did what they wanted to do. The interviewer now says, oh, so it's the fault of the adjutant. Then the Danjuma now says, it's not the fault of the adjutant. In other words, Danjuma is saying what the adjutant did is not the, if you want to do a root cause analysis, it is not the root cause of the issue. In other words, let me read what it says. He, the adjutant, Lieutenant Gaba Paiko, did not create the problem. Or Paiko, I don't know how they pronounce it in Hausa. I think it's Paiko. Lieutenant Gaba Paiko didn't create the problem. The Igbos who killed our senior officers all over the place created the problem. They created the problem. What is he saying? He's saying that the root cause is not even Paiko who did what he did. It's what happened in January. And you are calling that a contradiction. How is it a contradiction? See, there are some things I look forward in this book. If he's quoting people, yes. But the things that he has to say is just speaking as an average Igbo person. I'm sorry. There's no way that is a contradiction. And if you don't understand what it feels like for people to be killed in your space, why the person who killed those people claiming to be the best of all in Nigeria did not touch anybody from his place, you are saying that he's contradicting himself by saying this thing. Haba. This is why it becomes very difficult to take certain people seriously. And I read these books, and by the way, it's a pattern I've noticed when I read books from the East, and I still read them because I want to know what they think. And for the most part, let me tell you what I think. I think it's almost impossible for Igbo writers to criticize the political leaders or political players who were Igbo, or the military officers who were Igbos. They don't criticize Ojukwu. They will not criticize Ironsi. And I'm like, and you want me to believe that, and then they'll tell you that you are biased. Like, what do you define bias? It's written all over you. You can't even be objective in your own matters. Let me tell you, I've said this several times. If there's any God that should have been made a God in the last 100 years, it would be Awolowo. Papa was head and shoulders above every human being as far as politics is concerned on this continent of Africa. I can say to my full chest, and I don't care who likes to. If you call me tribalist, that's your business. He's a God, but guess what? He made certain mistakes. And we've had a session here before where I highlighted, because he was human as well. He made certain mistakes. And then the point of the mistake is not for me to say, oh, Papa is a bad person. No, it's for me to say, if Papa had done it this way, I could learn from it and then move forward. You guys cannot even critique your leaders, let alone being able to learn any lessons from their mistakes, because they make no mistakes because they are messiahs as far as you're concerned. That's the joke of a century. All of that to say that there was no contradiction. Let's go back to the other book. You guys just continue with your, you read the books, I don't think I'm waste over, but I had to follow along. I'm glad that he wrote the book. I've seen some fantastic things in this book, but I just think that generally speaking, and the saddest part, right? The saddest part is the average Joe on the streets speaks, and the professor speaks, and everything they say tallies. Let me tell you something. It doesn't happen like that in normal world. It doesn't happen. The only situation where you're going to find the kind of congruence or similarities or sameness in the words of an uneducated person and an educated person, the only situation where you're going to find that is where the conversation is propaganda laden. In other words, it's agenda driven. It's not based on what really happened. It's based on what was taught to them. Ẹkáàbọ. Good afternoon. How are you? Sure. Bale. The propagandist is online again. Welcome. Your father spent the last 55 years spreading propaganda. It's time to respond. So, Mirioku, your name, do you know what your name means? Your name means, wow. Who gave you that name? The person must have hated you. Corpse water from the corpse. You don't die before. Your parents spent the last 55 years hoodwinking, blackmailing, gaslighting the entire country. It has ended. And what we are doing is not to do what your parents did. What we are doing is to set the record straight. And hopefully, if your generation has some sense, you learn the real thing that happened. Guess what? I'll even tell you the book so you can go and read it and understand it for yourself. And then you can heal. And then we can move the country forward and build a better nation. But we're not going to do this if, for the life of me, I don't know why generation after generation always cries and I'm the victim and blackmail everybody. Even this one is writing a book and saying he's contradicting. How is he contradicting himself? He will kill his own people and they will not do anything to you. That's the definition of fairness and one Nigeria. Abba. Again, and these people write, I think they assume that the rest of us don't have sense, but the joke is on them. We'll come back to this later. There's some things in this book that I find interesting. We'll read it later, but yeah, that's enough. Good book for what is good for, but bad book for I don't want to demarcate the book. I mean, where were we? So that's what happened. That's T.Y. Danjuma's recollection of the events. You know, before I read the book, and this is why I also say, even if you don't like certain authors, still read their book. Before I read that book, I didn't know that T.Y. Danjuma was not at the site in Lalokmo. I always thought he was in Lalokmo. He wasn't in Lalokmo. He didn't even leave the State House when the boys took the men away. But it's a shame. And I wish they didn't kill the person. But the question is that what makes him special? What makes him more special than Ademulegun or Lagema or Memalari or Kal Mohammed or Shoda Inde? What makes him more special than them? If they could kill those ones, I mean, may God save all our lives in Jesus' name. But let's not be playing 10-10. All right. There's something I wanted to do. 1 second though. I have a list here. Okay. So that was the Counter Coup. That was how it happened. It was terrible. We're not going to go into what happened after the coup. So let's go back to the book by J. Isawa Elaigo. The book is called Gowon, the autobiography of a soldier statesman. And if you're on YouTube, thank you for joining us. Please share the live. If you're on Facebook as well, kindly share the live. If you're here on TikTok, please power tap, share the live. Thank you very much for your support. And I hope you're having a great time. Thank you very much for being here. So let's go back to the book by J. Isawa Elaigo. It's called Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman. There's some very fantastic things inside this book, but I'll be jumping from here to another book in a minute. So let's get into this. In the evening of July 28, 1966, Lieutenant Colonel Fadri had a state dinner and party for General Ironsi. It was during that party that the northern officers passed the code Araba among themselves. Later in the night of the same day, fighting broke out at Abakuta Garrison, leading to the killing of its Igbo commander and many other Igbo soldiers. Meanwhile, at Ibadan, there had been an outburst of gunfire, apparently as a result of a mistake in the process of loading a gun. This was taken by the northern officers as an operation signal, while Ironsi, Fadri and Ojukwu seemed quite worried, for they called for Lieutenant Walby to explain the sounds heard. Lieutenant Walby expressed surprise and said he was going to check on this. Between 6 a.m. and 6:30 a.m., let me just say something. There's something T.Y. Danjuma did not mention here. He knew about the coup beforehand. He didn't say it in that interview, but you can tell. You can tell he knew about the coup, but he didn't want the man dead. But he knew about the coup. Right? And when he was saying you are under arrest, you can't be saying you're under arrest if you're just hearing about this thing for the first time. You know. There's another account, by the way, that says his plan was to take him to Bida prison. It's in this book as well. That T.Y. Danjuma actually said, let me read it. I read it earlier, but let me read it again. The account claims that Major Danjuma, that's from Lindsay. Lindsay was the one who wrote the biography of Danjuma in 1978. It says the account claims that Major Danjuma had initially ordered that General Ironsi be taken to Bida prison pending date of a full inquiry. Gowon confirmed that Danjuma did not know what happened to Ironsi and Fajui until the harm had been done, and was reported, and he was reported to have felt very bad. All right, where were we? You know what I'm doing? I'm reading this book and I'm going to the footnotes, because the footnote explains some of the things in the book, because if I don't do that, we'll just be left hanging. So stay with me. So it says, between 6 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. on 29th July, Lieutenant Warbe and Major Danjuma were in effective contact at the State House after the change of guards. It was then that both officers walked up to Ironsi, saluted, and brought both Ironsi and Fajui down. So you already saw what happened here, how Fajui came down first, he went back up, then they went to pick him. They were handed over to Lieutenant Warbe by Major Danjuma to take charge. Lieutenant Warbe and his troops took the two men to an area of bush at Ibadan, where they subjected Ironsi to questions about the January coup and the northern leaders and officers who had died. From the accounts of those who were there, Ironsi played the part of a very good soldier. Contrary to many publications suggesting that he made confessions, there seems to be no evidence of such confessions. Sorry. Let me come to you from Lieutenant Warbe. He says, as far as I am concerned, this is the man that they handed the person over to. I'm not Igbo, but I want to know if the Yorubas were ever wrong at any time during the coup. If you're talking about the coup, the answer is no. There is no need to even... Whether you're Igbo or not doesn't really matter to me. As far as the coup was concerned, the answer is no. So you don't have to say you're able or you're not able. I cannot take the blame for what I didn't do because I want to make you happy. And there's no, you see, this is the problem with federal character. And this is also why I don't like when people say things like, you're talking about Yoruba people, they're not saying, but Igbos also do. I hate that thing. And the reason is because there's an assumption that if something happens here, it must also happen here. If it happens here, it must also happen here. You did it, take it, own it. And this is why you cannot make progress as a people as far as politics is concerned, because you hate accountability and responsibility. Forget I'm not Igbo, you are. It happened. Yorubas were not part of that one. The one Yoruba did, we mentioned it. It was a crisis in the western region that led to Wetie. And guess what? Some of our leaders, we even questioned why they did what they did. People like Akintola, how he worked with the North to destroy, the western region essentially. Maybe that was not his intention, but that was what happened eventually. And when I talk about Wetie, I don't have to mention I don't have to think, did anything like that happen in the East? Did the Igbos do something similar? I don't care. If people tell you what you did wrong, you'll not be asking, what did you ever do anything wrong? How does that help your destiny? Just stick to what you did and where you messed up and fix it. You learn from it and then you will make progress. Now you'll be asking, did Yoruba people ever do anything during the coup? How would they do anything during the coup? How many Yoruba officers were there? Do you even know what you're talking about? How many Yoruba officers were in the Nigerian army in 1966? The senior ones that we had, what happened to them? They were killed. By who? By the Igbo officers who planned the coup. Sir Gregory says, good afternoon. I appreciate your in-depth research into this work. You may not understand the embarrassment I experienced since I stay in the Southeast. Thanks and God bless. Thank you very much, Mr. Gregory. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. See, let me say something. When I call the counter coup a northern counter coup, what do you think I'm trying to do? To shame the northerners? Of course not. It's just a nomenclature. Why do you guys think when people say it was an Igbo coup, it's to shame the Igbos? Why? It is what it is. It happened. Own it. You use Adewale, I mean, your leaders, your people use Adewale Ademoyiga, and they also used Nzogu, who was an Igbo man from the Midwest. They used both of them. The people who planned the coup knew exactly what they were doing. And if you want to know it, please watch the other videos we've done already on YouTube. It's there. You have to piece it together. And there's a person in the comment section here saying that Awolowo was doing something. I don't know what you drank this morning, but I think it's too early. It's too early to be drinking kankai. Papa was in prison from 1963. The people who planned the coup started in August 65. You see how stupid that your claim is, Clipper, because like I told you before that it looks like they clipped your head when they were clipping your hair. Because there's no way you are making sense with this nonsense that you're always putting out there. But I'm going to answer you today. A person was in prison since 63. The coup plotters started planning the 66 coup in August of 65. They told people like Ademoyiga that they were going to release Awolowo. In fact, Ademoyiga wrote it in his book that they were going to release Awo. People like this one will come around and tell you that, oh, they were going to make Awo the president. Go and check the book by Ademoyiga. It's not there. He's been in custody since 62, but he went to prison in 63. I'm talking about prison, not the custody part now. But thank you for that information. In fact, the entire 62, he was moving from house arrest. He was in Ibadan, from Ibadan to Ikenne, from Ikenne to Lekki. Then from Lekki to Ikoyi, was moving, was on the house arrest, custody, but eventually then there was Coca inquiry, then there was the trial, the treason level felony trial, and then eventually he was in prison. But here's the point. So a person who has been in prison for years, some people decided to plan a coup in August of 65, brought in someone like this and said, we're going to release all the political prisoners. He also was waxing lyrical in his book. We're going to release Onitiri, Omishade, Anthony Naoro, and then of course, we're going to release all of them. You read the special branch report, and you see something very funny. The coup plotters had no plan for Benin, Enugu, or even Calabar. The day before they planned the coup, the person was supposed to go to Enugu. Something happened. They said the vehicle was not moving very well. He only moved much later. He got to Enugu around between 6 and 7 a.m. on the 16th. Sorry, on the 15th. The coup was supposed to be at 2 a.m. He got there at 6 a.m. They had no plans to do anything. Again, the document is in Redomi Global on Telegram. Redomi, Redomi Global. Please search for it on Telegram, and then you find it in the library. We have a small library there. We're putting some documents there that would help the conversation. We can't put books there, but at least there are certain documents that we can put there that we can all share. The special branch report mentions the coup plotters, the original coup plotters. They were a trio. Ifajuna, Okafo, Oji. Nzogu was not even there. And when they were planning it for the absolute, I can tell you absolutely, I'm confident about it. I'm looking for the adjective that will work. I'm absolutely confident about the fact that it was an Igbo coup from the very start. Every single senior officer who could, by the way, none of them was Igbo, by the way, no senior officer was Igbo that was killed. Unegbe was not a senior officer. All the senior officers unalived. And Ironsi stepped in like he was supposed to. There's nothing like he quelled the coup. He took advantage of it to the point where he was threatening civilians. And while all this was going on, somebody now woke up in 67 and said, hey, the reason was Awo. And you believe it because they are from your place. Just believe it. How could it be for Awo when Awo was in prison writing a letter to Ironsi as at March of 66? Ironsi got into power on the 16th of January 1966. Awo wrote a letter in March of 66. Ironsi did nothing until he died in July. Gowon got to power 1st of August 1966. In 2 weeks, by 12th of August, Papa was out of prison. Guess what happened after that? There's a book. It's a document I'm going to put in the Telegram channel. When we want to have that session. It's called The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War by Odia Ofemom. In that document, Ojukwu was the first person who told his people that he was the one who released the whole war. People still believe that nonsense today. He neither had the power or the capacity to do so. Guess what? We have the Gazette, the pardon that was granted Papa and the other men. It's in the public space. I'll put that one there too when we get there. We'll get there in this series. So, just to tell you guys, and I like to call you guys sons of perdition or children of perdition that whips up sentiment by using Awo's name. Stop. But guess what? Don't even stop. Don't stop. But I can assure you, you're going to spend the rest of your life crying because this truth will continue. People will know what happened. And every single time it is spoken, because of your aversion for truth, you'll be ashamed. What's it okay? All this, we are all one Nigeria, let's live as one, let's live as one. We'll live as one with truth. If that truth kills you, let it kill you. But we'll live as one in truth. Not that we'll hide the truth to make you comfortable and then you now lie against us upon the fact that now they even cover for you. Guys, see, one of the terrible things that books can do to you is they can get you very angry. And I can assure you that many times that I don't think a day goes by when I don't discover something that gets me angry. I just decide not to say some things until you see stupid questions like this. Everybody know who caused these things. They just shielded you guys. Everybody knows. If they don't know, how come they wrote it in their books? And I'm picking it from here. This one will say something like, it's a soul out of joy. They're shielding you. They want to have peace and harmony, but you cannot have peace with lies. And you are shouting, there's no justice, there's no fairness. You have no idea what justice and fairness really mean. You don't know it. You find these things and you are pained like, how come they didn't say? You know what? You know why? Because if they had this told us these things, when some clowns come to tell us and challenge us and call people whatever they're not, you'll be able to sit them down. Sorry, let me just remove this stupid person. People, you're actually a fool. Where's the moderator? Please let me just remove this. Everyone so down. Where is it? You've muted him, Abi. Thank you. Bunch of you alone. You are a clown. You are a retarded fool. You bring up Awo's name as if you have anybody in your entire lineage that can even lace his shoes. You don't. And by the way, if you want to get me talking, talk about Awo. They put together everybody in your ethnic group. History from the last, whenever you were put together up until today. Nobody, if they match all their wisdom together, can even come close to understanding what Awo was like in the 30s. Forget 1987 when he died. In the 30s, when he was growing up, if you put all together the wisdom of your elders, never reach what Awo had in the 1930s. And by the way, 1930 was not even 30 years old yet. Read this document. Awo was already talking about how to structure Nigeria in the 1930s. He was born in 1909. By mid-30s, he already had an idea of how to structure Nigeria. You guys have nothing like that where you come from, but you just throw up his name as if Sean Sheini. And you have your right people to be acting like let's have peace. If you want to look for a name that you want to spoil, there are many names for your list. I can give you names that you can be spoiling. And by the way, you will have a reason to spoil their names. Whether it's Azikiwe or Irosi or Orizu, you can find their names. Don't mention Awo anyhow. You insane. What's in that for in Nigeria? And that's the funny thing. I don't like to say a particular group is the cause of anything because it's not fair. But see, the truth is, there are many things that people shield away from the public. There are many information that will never be allowed to get out there because just to maintain peace. The craziest thing is this: the person with them they protect. Now you go get mouth like fool. They insult everybody. And when you want to insult people, you don't have enough common sense to even insult. Look for people to insult that are your mates. You'll be mentioning Awo. Are you cursed? Awo on his worst days. Awo on his very worst days was better than any bet. And for I don't like to compare, but today I'm going to compare because a lot more. I'm be throwing up Awo. And you come around in Fenny around where if you want to be stupid in your ethnic group. Don't be mentioning Awo's names anyhow. Please. God bless you. By the way, if you read a little of these things, you'll be angry as well. You can't be the person insulting people. You can't be the person just lying and saying, I was the reason for the coup. I was the one they opened the prison for. And this clown has been saying that thing in my comment section for days now. Today is your day of reckoning. You come back again. The next time you come, I will mention certain people in your ethnic group and I will tell you exactly what they did. Should be the one looking for heroes, not be looking for how to destroy other people's heroes because you don't even have any. Please, let's power tap. The things talking about inactivity on TikTok. Please, guys on TikTok, please power tap. Let's get this 100K. I apologize if you have not seen me like this before. Again, just don't mention that name anyhow, especially if you don't have the brains to even understand what he has to say. How? Tiba Ayolaju náà. Tó pé àwa ní bí 14th century sí ni. Ṣé o pa ní níbi kan tó máa tí kíní awo máa wà tán kọ́ máa bọ́. Tiba Shaye pé all of us are now in the 21st century, we are speaking English. You think let me tell you something. One day I was reading Papa's book. Lie. I told someone in the family, I told her something. I said, he's here. Like he's here. I said he may have, of course, died physically since 87, but he is here. His presence is here. And you can get it when you read his words. Just read. You can feel his heart. Read his letters in prison. There's a book I would recommend, Adventures in Power. I think I brought it out yesterday. My March Through Prison. Read his words. Read Adventures in Power, Travels of Democracy and the Rule of Law. That's volume 2. Read those things. He's here. His ideas are still alive. His ideology still works. Àwọn tó ní ru ẹni rí ló máa gbẹ́nu short síta wọ́n máa sọ pé kíní kan àwọ̀ kì í ṣe pé bàbá yín. Let's go back to the book now. Don't worry, if you want to trigger me again, mention Awo. This time, I will not just stop here. I will send you home. You go home and go and meet your Igwe. There will be one mama depo sórí ẹ̀, one mama da omi tútù sórí ẹ̀ nítorí orí ẹ̀ mama gbóná pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ tí màá fi lálẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹ̀ràn kíràn. Where was I? Now I have to open my eyes to find the page. The page I was before this clown started talking. Okay, I was going to read something from. Okay, I found it. I was going to read something from Warby. So this is from Lieutenant Colonel Warby, the one that Danjuma was just referring to earlier. He says, as far as I'm concerned, it was a lie. We arrested him, that's Fajui, as we arrested Ironsi. We suspected him of being part of the January coup. You remember the battleground group course, which was held at Abakuta. Fajui was commander of the battle group course. He ran the course, although we took part in the January coup. All those who took part in the January coup were those who had taken part in that course. He gave us the impression that the battle course was arranged for the January coup, so he had to suffer it too. I am sorry about that, but this is the nature of the life of the military men. Whether Ironsi was party to the January coup or not is not important, but it is important for his death that northern soldiers who had leverage in firepower in the July coup thought so and reacted accordingly. It is a streak of ironic coincidence that if the January coup was planned at Abakuta, the first shots of the July coup were also heard from Abakuta. So let's talk about the Araba. Atikeja, what was that? Sorry. At Ikeja, the news of the Abakuta fighting touched off an expected barracks revolt. Northern soldiers pounced on their Igbo colleagues. By the way, what happened in Ikeja was terrible. I watched an interview of with an officer. No, it wasn't. It was in the Nigerian army. He used to play music. He's a reverend gentleman now. He's a pastor now. I think he's Idowanima Shaun. That's his name. Idowanima Shaun. He was talking about what happened, and it was replaying. You know, what you are writing right now is actually the one that's distracting me. So let me just remove that. I beg. I already said what I wanted to say. I've moved on. I now wrote a message. Move on. Don't you know that you are the one distracting me now? I need to erase what you have written because it's actually distracting now. Sorry, guys. I look at the screen when I'm talking, so some of this is actually distracting. So if you think you are helping, sincerely, you are not. Okay. So yeah, Idowanima Shaun was talking about the Counter Coup. He talked about how people were killed in Ikeja. You know, it was a bloodbath. It was a terrible incident, by the way. Like, what happened to the Igbo soldiers was terrible. But you see, for me to say it was terrible, I also have to be able to say the same thing for what happened in January. So one of the mistakes that we have in Nigeria is that we can talk about things that affect us, but we hate it when people talk about what affects them. So if I talk about, and by the way, in Nigeria, if you notice, emotions can be easily whipped when you talk about what happened to Easterners, because there's this what was the word? There's this narrative of, oh, we've always been the victims, they've always hated us. So it's easy when people talk about what happened to them. And by the way, it's terrible. What happened? The officers dying, the numbers of officers. You know what? Just for this thing, to make this point, let me read something to you from Achebe's book. If you want to hear how people feel, all those, let me not say it, but where is this? One second. I just want to paint a picture so that it's just that this is what we do that the Easterners would never do. You go through even this book I'm about to read right now. There was a country. He would not acknowledge the evil that happened to other groups. It's only me. But I will acknowledge what happened to them. One second, please. (1966). Okay. I'm reading this because it's also important to acknowledge by the way, there was something very, very, very funny that he mentioned in this book. I want to read it. And the reason he wrote it, I believe, was because people have accused him of it. So let me just quickly read something to you first before I go into the other things. He says here, Nigeria was not ready or willing to face her problems. By the way, this is Achebe. There was a country. It says, Nigeria was not ready or willing to face her problems. If her leaders had approached their duty with humility, they all might have realized long before the coup that the country was in deep trouble. Nigeria was rocked by one crisis after another in the years that followed independence. First, the Nigerian census crisis of 1963 to 1964 shook the nation. Then the federal election crisis of 1964, which was followed by the Western Nigeria election crisis of 1965. Which threatened to split the country at its seams. At that point, please listen. At that point, Most of us, the writers at least, knew that something was very wrong in Nigeria. A fix was long overdue. When the artist's imagination clashes with life's very reality, it creates a heavy conundrum. I want to beg you, I'm about to read something that he says. Again, you see how they think we are stupid, but please just listen. It says, when the artist's imagination clashes with life's very reality, it creates a heavy conundrum. The story Nigeria had of herself was that something like a military coup would never happen. Nigeria was too stable for that. We were utterly unprepared for such an event and for the magnitude of the dislocation that ensued. Despite my fictional warning, I never expected or wanted the form of violent intervention that became the military coup of January 15, 1966. What did he mean? This man had released a book. What's that of that book? Anybody can find... Sorry. He wrote a book on the eve of the coup. One second. I need to find the title. A man of... Thank you. A man of the people. Where he essentially describes what happened in... See, when we call it Igbo coup, sincerely, the intelligentsia, the academic, the soldiers, the civilians, everybody was in on it. Did you look through a crystal glass or crystal ball to write like it was so detailed? And then you say, despite my fictional warning, boo. One second. You know what? He says, despite my fictional warning, I never expected or wanted the form of violent intervention that became the military coup of January 15, 1966. I had hoped that the politicians would sort things out for our new nation. Let me make you laugh. Just a little bit. I had hoped that the politicians would sort things out for our new nation. Any confidence we had that things could be put right was smashed as we watched elements from the military take control. The coup was led by a group of junior officers, most of them Igbo, and it would be known widely as the Nzogu coup after Major Chukwuma Nzogu, the ringleader. Is it the ringleader? No. He says the ringleader who was from the northern city of Kaduna. Wonderful. But that's not where we're going. Apparently, Nzogu is from Kaduna. So I want to read about what happened. Okay, show on the Lesha. I just want to spend some time to highlight the terrible events in Ikeja. Just give me a second, please. Is this guy that was by the... What I'm seeing is about Nzogu. It's just funny because he said, for instance, he says, by killing Sir Modube, I'm still looking for the page I'm looking for, I'll find it. Where it says, in the wee hours of January 15, 1966, in a broadcast to the nation, Nzogu sought to explain the coup attempt. It happened that some journalists had approached him to clarify the situation. Apparently, the plan of the coup plotters was to take control of the various military commands in Kaduna, Lagos, and Enugu, is a lie, and to make a radio announcement from Lagos. Maybe that was Nzogu's plan, but that was not the original plan. Anyway, let's continue. It says, unbeknown to Nzogu, who was still in Kaduna, the Lagos operation had failed, and most information available to the population was from the BBC. Nzogu hastily put together a speech that became notorious for its attacks on the political class, bribery, and corruption. Listen, but by killing collision course with the religious, ethnic, and political ramifications of such an action, something they had clearly not thought through sufficiently. Now, please listen to what I'm about to read about this. Spoke fluent Hausa and little Igbo and wore the northern traditional dress when not in uniform. In the end, Nzogu coup was crushed by the man who was the highest ranking Igbo officer in the Nigerian army, Ironsi. Just to be clear, it was not Nzogu coup. It was the Fajina Oji Alkaba that planned the coup. Number two, Ironsi did not quell any coup. Ironsi took advantage of it. Well, let me look for what I really want to read. All this nonsense about Ironsi. I need to read that part. Not. I think it's. Okay. Is it? Guys, I'm sorry. It's. I didn't plan to read this before, so I'm trying to find the page. Okay, I've seen it. It says. I've seen what I was looking for. It says here are some chilling statistics. Of the 206 individuals murdered during this counter coup, almost 10 times as many as during the January 15 coup, 185 were from the east, 19 were from the Midwest region, and 6 from the Western region. Be like say, no matter what happen, Yoruba just they collect. Then it says not a single person from the north lost their life during this blood fest. That's from a book called The Nigerian Military, written by Lockham, quoted by Achebe. That's the thing I wanted to read. 185 people who died in the northern counter coup of July. 185 of them were from the east, 19 were from the Midwest, and 6 were from the Western region. And this is the crazy part. So, when the Igbos did their own, Yorubas died. When the Northerners did their own, Yorubas still died. And you say you are the victim. Akika. That's what I wanted to read from that book. Let's go back to where we're coming from. This book. I want to mention that because it was a terrible incident. People died, crazy stuff. May God rest their soul. But please, all this our victim mentality, let it stop. God bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Now back to the book. At Ikeja, the news of the Abakuta fighting touched off on expected barracks revolt. Northern soldiers pounced on their Igbo colleagues and killed many of them. During this period, it was near chaos in the army. It very well illustrated the fact that when societal cleavages enter the barracks, brothers in the barracks are no more than potential enemies. Law and order had virtually broken down. All evidence shows that this coup did not involve troops in the northern and eastern regions. In fact, they heard about this much later on. Given the breakdown of discipline in the army and the kidnapping, as it was then called, of the head of federal military government and supreme commander, Brigadier Agundipe tried to call a special session of senior army officers in Lagos. Now we're moving to another part of this conversation. We've talked about what happened to Ironsi, the unfortunate incident that led to his death. We've talked about it from the perspective of T.Y. Danjuma, which we rarely do in the Nigerian public space. We've also talked about the counter coup itself, how a lot of people were attacked and people were killed. Araba, I've not finished. I want to talk about Araba before we go to. We'll talk about Araba. We'll talk about Araba before we go to the other one. We didn't talk about Araba. So, what Araba was originally, we'll get into that now, but let me just finish what I was saying earlier. So, we talked about things from the perspective of T.Y. Danjuma. We've talked about how things played out in Ibadan. Terrible, event. And of course, what happened in Abakuta, which spread to Ibadan and eventually spread to Ikeja, that led to a lot of people, especially Igbo and Easterners, dying. And the funny thing is this, let me just say this. 206 people were murdered. It's about 10 times the number of people that were murdered 6 months prior. But you see, there's something I've learned in life. Don't hit people and try to tell them how they should hit back. They might decide not to hit you. They might decide to go and get a trailer and just form a cardano. And there's no way you're going to talk about this. Of course, you're going to feel bad, but let's just remember the fact that it was a revenge coup. It is better not to hurt people than when they now hurt you back, you now be crying. That's what I wanted to say on that. And if you have been thinking of do something bad, may God change your life. All right, where were we? Now let's talk about Araba. Before we go to Babafemi Agundipe, we're going to go to Babafemi, what he tried to do in Lagos. But first, let's talk about what Araba really means. So the word Araba, and by the way, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly in Hausa, but it's A-R-A-B-A. It means secession. And it was the idea of a secession. The primary person who pushed that idea was Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed. I'm going to read some things from a couple of books that I think would help us understand that. So we talked about the coup, the counter coup, but what led to the counter coup? I'm going to read from a book called The Nigerian Civil War. It's by John de St. John. Right? I'll have to read some of the things I read before in other books, confirm some things, and then we'll move on, so that because the story enter inside each other. A little before midnight on Thursday, 28th July 1966, while Ironsi was still on tour of the Federation, a group of armed northern subalterns strolled into the officers' mess in the Abakuta barracks and shot their garrison commander and 2 other senior Igbo officers dead. Remember what caused this. Again, you have to tie everything together. This happened because of the fact that, when you read in Enaro's speech, Igbo officers were talking about get ready, and people thought that it was time for them to be unalived because there was a plan already. See, both groups had plans. Let me just put it that way. There were rumors from both quarters. Rumors from the Igbo side was that they were going to unalive the remaining northern officers who were not killed in January. And in fact, non-Igbo officers, not just northern, even Yoruba officers as well. So there were rumors already that non-Igbo officers will still be killed so that the job will be finalized. Then there were rumors from the northern side as well that it'd be like, say, these guys want to do something, we'll go eat. Somebody must eat first. So what you read here in the Nigerian Civil War happened because of what Enahoro said in his speech in Addis Ababa, with what some of those people heard, and they only now responded. Of course, all of this is just supposed to recreate it, not to justify anything. Okay? So let's go back to it. So it says, a little before midnight on Thursday, 28th July 1966, while Ironsi was still on tour of the Federation, a group of armed northern subalterns strolled into the officers' mess in the Abakuta barracks and shot the garrison commander and 2 other senior Igbo officers dead. What had often half-jokingly been referred to as the return march for the January coup had begun in earnest. Northern officers quickly seized control of the garrison, armed their NCOs and men, and began rounding up and shooting personnel of Eastern origin. A telephone call to the Ikeja garrison alerted another group of conspirators, and the same bloody pattern was repeated. By dawn, the barracks and the international airport were in mutinous hands. A second call set off the coup in the west, and a cordon of northern troops was thrown around the government lodge, where Ironsi was staying as a guest of the western governor, Lieutenant Colonel Fajri. By this time, however, the Supreme Command HQ in Lagos had been informed of the trouble, and Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, the Army Chief of Staff, had put all units on the alert on the orders of Brigadier Agundipe, the highest ranking officer in the army after Ironsi himself. Please, what we're getting into right now, what you will notice is that I'm talking about 2 things at the same time. So there is 3 things: the counter coup, the plan for the counter coup, that's the Araba. So you talk about the secession, the counter coup, and what Agundipe did. So remember here that when Gowon went out to do something about the counter coup, it was on the orders of Agundipe. Please remember that, because we're going to get to the place where Ojukwu was waxing lyrical and telling everybody, you must move now. It's just a joke. It's not serious. But let's continue. A second call set off the coup in the west, and a cordon of northern troops was thrown around the government lodge, where Ironsi was staying as a guest of the western governor, Lieutenant Colonel Fajri. By this time, however, the Supreme Commander HQ in Lagos had been informed of the trouble, and Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, the Army Chief of Staff, had put all units on the alert. Please power tap on TikTok. Please share the live on YouTube and on Facebook as well. On TikTok, please share the live, power tap, drop heart me's, drop gift, as much as you can. Let's get the live up Thank you very much. A second call set off the coup in the West. Already. By this time, however, the Supreme Command HQ in Lagos had been informed of the trouble, and Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, the Army Chief of Staff, had put all units on the alert, on the orders of Brigadier Agundipe, the highest-ranking officer in the army after Ironsi himself. Though surrounded by the mutineers and his own guard disarmed, Ironsi was curiously still able to contact people by telephone. He called Gowon and asked him to send a helicopter. Police headquarters in Lagos sent one, but by the time it had arrived, the general had disappeared. A senior police officer. So maybe this happened when, you know what I think? Just to recreate it. Maybe this happened when T.Y. Danjuma said Fajri came downstairs and then went back to Ironsi upstairs, and they were there for a while before they now went up to meet them. So perhaps that was the time when he called for the helicopter. Police headquarters in Lagos sent a helicopter, but by the time it arrived, the general had disappeared. A senior police officer in Ibadan, tipped off earlier by one of his men in Abakuta that there was, quote, more trouble in the army, end quote, was told to keep away from the government lodge by the commander of the local garrison. At 8:30 a.m., he tried again and found the lodge completely deserted. The following account, put out later by the Eastern Region government and substantially correct, describes what had happened in the intervening hours. 1 second, please. All right, so what we're about to read right now is from the East. This is from the East. I'm not far from the truth. You know exactly how it happened? Okay. No problem. Just make sure you're giving us the sources, because me, I know they there, you know they there. So the best thing is to pull eyewitness accounts together. Apart from that, I'm just shouting match. So let's continue. This is from the Eastern Region government. It says, finally, Major Danjuma, second in command of the 4th Battalion, took some of his men upstairs, confronted and questioned the Supreme Commander, saluted him and ordered his arrest. The general was led downstairs to join the others. The 3 captives, the Western Governor, Fajri, who with great gallantry refused to leave his guest and commander, and Ironsi's ADC, were now stripped and their hands tied behind their backs with wire. They were flogged, tortured, and then put into separate police vans. Major Danjuma returned to barracks, and the convoy drove off out of town under the command of 2 young northern lieutenants and some senior NCOs. The captives were ordered out and led along a footpath off the right side of the road. These northern officers and men beat and tortured the captives so badly that their leaders were swollen, that their bodies were swollen and bleeding profusely. The Supreme Commander and the Governor, who were almost dead by now, were separately finished off by a few rounds of machine gun fire. They were buried on the spot, but found a week later by the police. Their deaths were not to be officially announced for another 6 months. Meanwhile, Brigadier Agundipe was trying to do what Ironsi himself had done in the January coup: rally loyal troops and pull down the mutiny. From the police HQ, he sent Gowon to Ikeja to parley with the mutinous troops. On arrival, he was detained by the men, who then asked him to be their spokesman. But it was already becoming clear that Agundipe, a Yoruba from the west, and like Ironsi, an old soldier who had fought for the British in Burma, had little support within an army which had few Yoruba and was increasingly split on tribal lines. Nevertheless, he summoned all the available members of the Supreme Military Council, senior police officers, and a few permanent secretaries, and tried to assert his authority as Ironsi's lineal heir. To the assembled group, shocked and shaken by the second upheaval within 7 months, the situation that Friday morning seemed horribly confused. The North, East, and Midwest appeared to be quiet, but Abakuta, Ibadan, Ikeja, and the international airport were in the hands of the mutineers, who were beginning to spill out of their barracks into the suburbs of Lagos. Killing or molesting Eastern soldiers where they could find them, and making do with civilians where they couldn't. The outside world received its first news of the coup when a BOAC airliner was commandeered at Ikeja by northern soldiers to fly their families back to Kano. A complicated series of negotiations involving northern civil servants and politicians as well as soldiers began in Ikeja barracks. Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed, a strong-willed but rather unstable Hausa, had emerged as the most powerful spokesperson or spokesman of the mutineers, whose initial establishment of a Republic of the North. What have we read so far? We're going to go back to this, but let's just go through a few of the things we talked about. We already talked about what happened in Abakuta, in Ibadan, in Keja. Terrible things. People died. Most of them, by far, were Igbos, and terrible event. But also, we talk about the fact that the word Araba itself meant secession. I'm going to tell you about Agundipe eventually, because there's something you hear from the East about Agundipe. That thing you hear from Easterners, from Igbo people about Agundipe, is not even their idea. The person who told them was Ojukwu. But today, we'll hear what really happened. But let me first say this. Let me acknowledge something good. And that in the Eastern publication, it was mentioned that Agundipe did what... Agundipe tried to rally the troops, and that, he had to try to salvage the situation. Of course, it was a coup. I don't want to listen to Gowon, because Agundipe is a senior officer. It's a very stupid thing to say, because it's a coup, not a promotional activity. They didn't promote him. The people who plan the coup can decide what happens with the hierarchy of the military. You can't say, because I'm your Oga. You don't organize coup. What if they kill you and they remove you from there? We're going to talk about that much later. But for now, let's stay with Araba. The idea of Araba really, originally, when Murtala Mohammed spoke up, he was talking about the fact that they should separate the Eastern soldiers from the Northern soldiers. And he was talking about the, should I call it repudiation, or the... Like Ibrahim Traore now, not the most senior but chosen. Thank you. I mean, if you plan a coup, you take advantage of whatever it is. It doesn't. You can't even make yourself Oga like they did in the past in Nigeria. Anyway, the point here is, Murtala Mohammed wanted to separate soldiers and also wanted to, essentially just what was that word? Is it vacate? It's not vacate. It's cancel. That's what I can come up with now. To cancel the Decree 34, which was a unitary decree. But in the course of the conversations, they went from all of that to say, what we really want is to have a Republic of the North. And I've said something, I did a session some time ago about the history of secession in Nigeria. The idea of secession did not start with Biafra. The idea of secession in Nigeria did not start with Biafra. The first group who wanted to secede, as far as Nigeria was concerned, was the Northerners, and that was in 1950. There's a conversation in Ibadan where they asked to have 50% of the seats in parliament, which of course makes no sense, because they are 1/3 of the regions. We had North, East, and West, but they not wanted 50%, saying that, it was North and South, as though we should act like it's not 3. So a third wanted half of the seats, a third of the regions wanted half of the seats in parliament. Didn't make sense. Of course, the West was against that nonsense, but the East supported it, although Azikiwe was against it, but the East supported it. And one of the things they did then also was to threaten secession in 1950. So even before independence, secession was threatened in 1953. Lagos, that was the capital. That small place, it's not small, it was a small area, right? Everything from Eko to Yaba, that side. That we didn't want to be capital. Chief Abafimalo offered to contribute to the siting of the capital elsewhere. I want that if that was unacceptable, the West would secede. So we also threatened to secede. This was in 53. In 54 was when we had the constitutional conference where Awo asked that secession clause should be included. The North was okay with it. Awo asked the secession clause be included. The West was okay with it. The North was okay with it. The East said no. By the way, if you are looking for secession right now, just understand that the person who made it so is Zik. Yeah. That was in 54. Fast forward to 63. There was a census crisis. 63. There was a census crisis. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. 63. The Eastern region was against the census figures, and the Eastern region threatened to secede. Then in 66, so that would be the third time. So everybody don't do their own. The North don't do, the East don't do, the West don't do. Now in 66, this coup of 29 July 66, the North, oh, thank you. Adakaboro also did his own, but no, Adakaboro was in 67. I'm still in 66 timeline. Don't forget timeline. Adakaboro came, no, Adakaboro was in 66, you are right. Adakaboro before this one, Adakaboro threatened the Niger Delta Republic. You are right, J-Man. Earlier in 1966. But it was stopped and it was detained and imprisoned by Ojukwu and Ironsi. Interestingly, a few months down the line, Ojukwu also wanted to, secede, which is just, we could take me to something else. Let's stop. The North, later in 66, that same year, that Ojukwu did what he did to Adakaboro and Ironsi did to Adakaboro, the North then threatened to secede in July of 1966. So why did they not secede? That's a good question. 1 second. Let me read to you why they did not secede. Again, it's better if I read some of these things. It makes it. No. I don't want to. 1 second, please. What am I reading? Oh, I'm reading the wrong stuff. People of God, sorry, eh? Okay, I found what I'm looking for. Perfect. So I'm going to read from a book by Max Siolon. The book is called Nigeria's Soldiers of Fortune. And this is what he has to say. The 1950 Ibadan Constitutional Conference proposed that the northern, eastern, and western regions would have 45%, 33%, and 33% of seats, respectively, in the federal parliament. In response, the Emir of Zaria, a member of the Northern Region's delegation, threatened that unless Northern Region was allotted 50% of the seats in the central legislature, it would ask for separation from the rest of Nigeria on the arrangements existing before 1914. By the way, the North asked to exit again in 1954. And that was why Zik gave that speech on secession in Yaba. Yeah, did not try twice before independence. I just remember now. So this is the first time. So it says, in response, the Emir of Zaria, a member of the Northern Region's delegation, threatened that unless the Northern Region was allotted 50% of the seats in the central legislature, it would ask for separation from the rest of Nigeria on the arrangements existing before 1914. The North again seriously considered secession after the July 29, 1966 Northern Soldiers Counter Coup, led by Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed. The initial intention was not to seize control of the government, but instead to take the Northern Region out of Nigeria. They were dissuaded only after, listen to the people that helped though, Northern civil servants in Lagos convinced them that secession would be disastrous for the North and would leave it landlocked and impoverished, without access to a sea outlet in the south. The North's distance from the southern coastline and its dependence on oil revenues from the south led to a northern reassessment and pragmatic acceptance of Nigerian unity. The prospect of being landlocked with no access to the sea or oil revenues has made it the region with the most to lose if Nigeria breaks up. While accepting Nigeria's unity, many Northerners feared cultural, economic, and social pressure from the South, and that political leadership by Southerners would disadvantage the North even further. So that's the point I was trying to make, but that's not the only thing. So from here we get that the Northern civil servants helped, they appealed to them. But let me read something to you from IBB's book, A Journey in Service. That same one that they used to taunt themselves. Let me read to you. After the head of state, this is IBB, Johnny in service. After the head of state, General Agundipe and Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fajuyi were abducted by rampaging soldiers in the early hours of July 29, 1966 in Ibadan and taken away, the country was literally without a government for 3 days. Between July 29 and 31, when their whereabouts were unaccounted for, an atmosphere of uncertainty enveloped the country. Brigadier Babafemi Agundipe, then the most senior military officer after Agundipe and considered in certain quarters as the quote-unquote natural successor to him, made a broadcast on the afternoon of July 29, 1966, calling for the cooperation of the public in the government's efforts to restore law and order in the country. In an attempt to further restore calm, Brigadier Agundipe sent Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon to the Ikeja cantonment to appeal to the group of headstrong northern officers led by Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed, Major Shitu Alao, Musa Usman, and Captain Joe Garba, who were spoiling for a fight and even toying with the idea of secession. Those efforts didn't yield results. Then, after a series of behind-the-scenes negotiations brokered by such top civil servants as Alhaji Sule Katagum, then chairman of the Federal Public Service Commission, Alhaji Ali Akilu, the head of the Northern Nigerian Civil Service, Chief Justice Adutokunbo Ademola, and 2 foreign diplomats, the British High Commissioner Sir Francis Cumming Brose and the American Ambassador Herbert Matthews, with the adamant northern officers, a compromise was reached. Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon emerged on Monday, August 1, 1966 at 32, the new head of state and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So that's how it happened. A gentleman came here earlier and said what the Oyimbos did in the January coup, and I was like, it wasn't January, it was in July. So that was how it played out in July. Why do you think Agundipe did not emerge? Because the people, it's not even difficult. The people who planned the coup did not have him in mind to emerge. They were northerners. When the Igbos organized the coup in January, the Igbos took advantage of it. When the northerners organized the coup in July, they would not want any other person to take advantage of it. It's just simple. And that's why I said those really get it will tell you that, listen, it's an ethnic thing in Nigeria. Anybody tells you about some detribalized nonsense is just lying to you, or maybe they're naive. Now, let's get back to Brigadier Agundipe. So already we read from here, from IBB, you're not a soldier, I will not hold it against you, sir. Everybody, please calm down 1 second. Please tell me why if you can explain to me why Brigadier Ademulegun was killed in January, then you can tell me why you think Agundipe should become the head of state in July. When you guys talk about you're not a soldier, coups don't care about whether you're a soldier or not. Oh. What? You said you went to NDA. You said you went to NDA, ba? So in NDA, they told you that when you have a coup, you go and look for your Oga that was your Oga before the coup happened. You've not heard about coups killing off Oga or retiring them by force. You think you have to be a soldier to understand? By the way, the reason you are talking like this is because you are a soldier. Because you were trained to follow orders. So you just look at this from, I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord. I am a soldier in the Lord's army. I am a soldier. Dennis, I can assure you, you don't have an idea what you are saying. So you fight a war. So you organize a coup. When you now finish the coup, you now carry the booty. You go and give it to somebody who was not part of it. You are the real soldier. The real soldier. Anyway, how do we attack this issue? Let me see. What's the best way to attack it? So I want to move now into yes, the Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John, and then I'll come back to Gowon. What page is this? So there's people on TikTok. That one that the only thing you've ever read in your life is a receipt. You're the one telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not even saying anything. I'm only reading. Unless you are saying all the people that I'm reading don't know what they are talking about, then you come and tell me the book that you and your parents published. Respectfully. You wish to chip in a word? That will be later. We change the idea, the way we run this thing. Later on, I'm going to bring everybody up and then we can all add whatever I want to add. But I stop bringing people up in the middle of the conversation because it doesn't allow for a very good recording. You'll be talking, people want to say something, and then before you know it, everything is sounding off. So please try and understand. We'll bring you up later. Thank you. Thank you very much for your understanding. All right. Meanwhile, what's Tojo Metal? I've not seen you in a very long time. I'm glad you're here. I hope I've not even gone beyond this page. So, so let's go back to the book by John de Senjo. Once we are done with this, we'll now go to Gowon, the autobiography. Sorry, the biography. Okay, I understand. Be safe. Thank you very much. Thank you. So it says here, it was already becoming clear that Agundipe, a Yoruba from the west, and like Ironsi, an old soldier who had fought for the British in Burma, had little support within an army which had few Yorubas and was increasingly split on tribal lines. Nevertheless, he summoned all Jesus is Lord. Nevertheless, he summoned all the available members of the Supreme Military Council, senior police officers, and a few permanent secretaries, and tried to assert his authority as Ironsi's lineal heir. To the assembled group, shocked and shaken by the second upheaval within 7 months, the situation that Friday morning seemed horribly confused. The North, East, and Midwest appeared to be quiet, but Abakuta, Ibadan, Ikeja, and the international airport were in the hands of the mutineers, who were beginning to spill out of their barracks into the suburbs of Lagos, killing or molesting Eastern soldiers where they could find them, and making do with civilians where they couldn't. The outside world received its first news of the coup when a BOAC airliner was commandeered at Ikeja by northern soldiers to fly their families back to Kano. A complicated series of negotiations involving northern civil servants and politicians, already read the names to the other from IBB's book. A complicated series of negotiations involving northern civil servants and politicians as well as soldiers began in Ikeja barracks. Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed, a strong-willed but rather unstable Hausa, had emerged as the most powerful spokesman of the mutineers, whose initial demands for a renunciation of the Unity Decree and a total separation of eastern and northern soldiers in the army quickly changed into an outright demand for secession and the establishment of a Republic of the North. Agundipe broadcast a statement at 2:30 p.m., repeated constantly throughout the afternoon on the national network, proclaiming a state of emergency in the Lagos-Abakuta-Ibadan enclave and expressing the somewhat vain hope that he will be able to restore peace and tranquility very soon. Later that evening, he broadcast to the nation reassuring his anxious listeners that things were under control and that there was no cause for alarm. In his search for support in the regions, he had a mixed response. Now we go into the thick of things. Ojukwu telephoned Agundipe, asking him to take over and assuring him, hey, we're about to get to the comic part of this conversation, Stay with me, please. Ojukwu telephoned Agundipe, asking him to take over and assuring the brigadier of the Eastern region's full support, of the Eastern region's full backing. He said he would announce it on the Eastern radio within 30 minutes of Ogundipe's own public affirmation that he intended to step in. This move was that Ojukwu himself was not in full control of his own region at this time. The revolt was spreading fast and was in fact telephoning from Onitsha, where he had fled from Enugu for his own safety. The Midwest governor who also promised Agundipe, but the North adopted a cautious wait-and-see attitude. So, I'm going to read from this other book. We'll come back to this one later. You see, when the Easterners tell you that the reason Ojukwu was against Kinikon was because Agundipe was the next person to Ironsi, and Ojukwu himself ran away. Again, I said it several times. Ojukwu has a history of fleeing. And there are 3 examples. What do you mean Ojukwu supported Agundipe? Ojukwu was clowning. Supported Agundipe how? You are telling Agundipe to assert his authority, but you don't even have authority where you are supposed to be guarding, and then you ran away from Enugu to Onitsha. But in Onitsha, you are taking the telephone and say, hello, you are the Ogao, you are the boss, we are supporting you. You don't even have what to support the person. It's gaslighting, which I think you are good at, from what I'm seeing here. By the way, Ojukwu always used to run away. With all due respect to the dead. He ran away in Kano at the first school. He ran away from Enugu to Onitsha in the July 66 school. Then by 67, he ran away from Nigeria. Abakuta ran to Cote d'Ivoire. Let me read something to you from this book now. So I just read from Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. I want to read Gowon by J. Ligo. Please listen to this. This one is listening like a child. Jesus, this is about to go off. Oh boy. Please. And Bomo, switch. Sorry. Guys, I'm gonna have to switch, please. You have to please give me a second, please. There are 2 different sources, and I think one is off. So a second. Can you hear me? So I'm using, I may have to switch internet service provider. So once I switch light source, sometimes I have to switch the internet service provider as well because of the. Oh. So please, can you hear me? Thank you, Obina. So please, can you hear me? Thank you, Obina. But please, can you hear me? I may have to switch the internet source a bit, internet provider, because every time I switch light source, I sometimes have to switch that one as well. So please let me know if you can hear me. But please, if I have issues with this particular internet, I may have to switch. But if you can hear me, that's fine. Thank you very much. All right, so let's get back to it. I think the network is fine. It's not so bad. All right. Yes. I was talking about how Ojukwu telephoned Agundipe. So let me read it from this book by J. Ishawa Eligo, is Gowon's biography. It says, given the breakdown of discipline in the army and the kidnapping, as it was then called, of the head of the federal military government and supreme commander, Brigadier Agundipe tried to call a special session of senior army officers in Lagos. When he found that even a sergeant would not take orders, he then tried to get in touch with Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, who volunteered to go to Ikeja. All available evidence shows that Gowon was not involved in the plot. Really. Secondly, most of the officers knew Gowon's position, that too much blood had already been shed to retaliate in as bloody a fashion as the first coup. Gowon was a child of God. He was a child of God. And he is a man of God. The people that castigate him and insult him, you have no idea what would have happened to your people without him. but I'm not the one that will tell you, at least not today. So he says most of the officers knew Gowon's position, which was that 2 months the first coup. Gowon then got to Ikeja without problems and attempted to take control of things there. It seemed from all indications that Gowon did not know the extent of disorder at Ikeja barracks to lead a post-coup rebellion against the Supreme Headquarters. For Gowon, it was a big dilemma. It took days of discussions with the young soldiers to convince them that he could not lead them in their bid to greater forms of instability. Gowon tried to point out to them the necessity of accepting Ogundipe's leadership, a suggestion they rebuffed. The junior officers, Murtala Mohammed, Martin Adamu, and others, insisted that Gowon should take over leadership of the country as a compromise. When Gowon refused and asked one, they were still adamant. During that discussion, it became clear that these northern officers would accept no one else as their leader except a northern officer. For them, Gowon, as the most senior one, was their ready choice. It soon became clear to Gowon that the only alternative to greater instability was for him to accept leadership. By this time, Brigadier Agundipe had had conversations with some of the junior officers. Notable among them was Captain Gom, who had told him clearly that they were accepting no one else as leader except Lieutenant Colonel Gowon. Now, I want to jump from here to thinking. And I'm sure it's not boring, is it? It's not boring. So let's get back into this. For Gowon, it was a very tense 3-day period. Again, remember what IBB had said in his book, for 3 days there was no government in Nigeria. I mean, this book is confirming the same thing. So it says for Gowon, it was a very tense 3-day period. He had to convince the junior officers all over the country, especially at Ibadan, Abakuta, and Lagos, to bring their other ranks under control and prevent unnecessary bloodshed. Yet there was this problem of threat of greater instability unless he accepted leadership and calmed down his fellow northern soldiers. But equally tough was Gowon's respect for military authority and hierarchy, which has taught him not to skip the queue. How could he take over leadership of the army and country without breaking the chains of command of the army, since his seniors still remained in the force? Gowon had been able to put down the first coup and called Ironsi to take... 1 second, please. Gowon had been able to put down the first coup and call Ironsi to take command, but now it was not only being called upon to restore order, but to take over command as well. And the stress of the period got to him. He found himself in a politically tight corner. When it became clear to Brigadier Agundipe that he could not take command and restore order, he made an exit out of the country to resurface later in the relative peace and quiet of the High Commission in London. Now, I'm going to read something here. Let me just continue. So, he made an exit out of the country to resurface later in the relative peace and quiet of the High Commission in London as Nigeria's High Commissioner. Contrary to Ojukwu's advice to Ogundipe that Ogundipe should insist on succeeding Ironsi, most of the senior military officers, including Admiral Way, found that unless the popular choice of the soldiers assumed command, there would be no peace. They told Ojukwu so. Once Gowon accepted to assume leadership in those dark days, he quickly contacted the regional governors. Who fled to Isle of Man? Ogundipe moved to London. He became the High Commissioner. There's no shame in that. He was there where they were fighting, and when they told him that you are not going to be able to take control, they had negotiations, and the only thing that was left for him was to leave. At least he was there asserting control until he was rebuffed, unlike the other one who ran away from Enugu to Onitsha and hiding and carrying the telephone inside the cupboard. Hello, Ogundipe, you are the Ogao. Don't tell anybody. I was just hiding on Onitsha. I was hiding inside the cupboard. With due respect. Every time you do sarcasm for a Yoruba leader, I will come for your people. God bless all of us in Jesus' name. If I'm going to read something about Agundipe when I'm done with this one, we'll come back to this other book. All right. So he says, contrary to Ojukwu's advice that Agundipe should insist on succeeding Ironsi, most of the senior military officers, including Admiral Way, found that unless the popular choice, it was a coup now, unless the popular choice of the soldiers assumed command, there would be no peace. They told Ojukwu so. Once Gowon accepted to assume leadership in those dark days, he quickly contacted the regional governors. Lieutenant Colonel Ejo of the Midwest and Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina of the North. Both urged him to get things under control and stop the unfortunate killing of civilians. He did not contact Ojukwu. This had been done by Agundipe and Way. As Gowon himself recalled, and this is from Gowon, quote, "One must be fair to Ojukwu. He was not prepared to accept my leadership even at that stage." The Assistant Inspector General of Police, Haman Meduguri, and the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Alhaji Kam Salem, were informed and approved of his assumption of power. Mobolaji Johnson, though not a member of the SMC, was full in the picture of events. It is interesting that Ojukwu urged Brigadier Agundipe to insist on taking command. Given the history, often take over power themselves or only take command from officers whom they respect. To urge Agundipe to take command at that tense situation against the wishes of the bulk of an army that would not take orders from him was a clarion call to suicide. Agundipe perhaps knew the situation better, having been in Lagos during the crisis. He was very much involved in negotiations with junior officers. What was the negotiation? I'm going to read it very soon, but let me just... You know what? I might as well just do it now. This passive-aggressive nonsense doesn't work with me. You are throwing jabs, and if I come for you guys now, everybody will be crying. Who is this Dennis? Dennis on YouTube. Let me just block this one. This one is it's one of those people that they let go of out of the zoo. Let's continue. So already we know here that there were negotiations between Agundipe and the junior officers who organized the coup. And Ojukwu, who was hiding, again, it was not even in Enugu, forget Lagos. It was not even where they put him as the governor. He was inside some hideout in Onitsha, calling Agundipe to assert authority. Meanwhile, he's hiding. That's how you know how interesting people can be. So when they tell you about Agundipe should have become the head of state, ask them, where was Ojukwu when he was making the phone call? Answer your question. You think you're talking to your dad? Did you put me here? He didn't teach you to use please in your house. You are not raised to be courteous. No please, no thank you. These are basic things. Children know it. You're asking me a question as if you're asking your daddy. In your house, you will not have respect. Here, you will learn it, or else you shut up. Thank you very much. Igbotic pride. I can already tell. Let's get back to this book. So I'm reading now from The Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. It says, the Midwest governor always... let's go back just a little bit. Ojukwu telephoned Agundipe, asking him to take over and assuring the brigadier of the Eastern region's full backing. He said he would announce it on the Eastern radio within 30 minutes of Ogundipe's own public affirmation that he intended to step into Ironsi's shoes. The only flaw in this move was that Ojukwu himself was not in full control of his own region at this time. The revolt was spreading fast and was in fact telephoning from Onitsha, where he had fled from Enugu for his own safety. The Midwest governor also promised Ogundipe support, but the North adopted a cautious wait-and-see attitude. However, it was only when Ogundipe tried to stiffen his words with actions that the true frailty of his position became evident. Scraping together some loyal troops from the army headquarters, he sent them out to Ikeja in a column under the command of an Igbo captain. They were ambushed several miles before their destination by a large body of northern soldiers and driven back with heavy losses. Two Europeans driving along the road were killed in the crossfire, the first non-Nigerian casualties of the crisis. Ogundipe, still struggling against the odds, Sorry. Ogundipe still, Jesus is Lord. So I just remembered one point I want to remember. Okay. All right. Ogundipe, Oluwa, still struggling against the odds, dispatched another column, but most of these men from the Federal Guard and under a northern major sympathized with the mutineers and simply drove around Lagos in an elaborate circle. So he sent the one under Igbo people. When they got there, the northern guys, they fought him, they shot, there were heavy losses. 2 Europeans died in the scuffle, being the melee, and then you have the northern major being sent, but he supported the coup plotters, and so what he did was he drove around Lagos in an elaborate circle and came back to the police HQ without having fired a shot. When Ogundipe reprimanded them, they threatened to shoot him. Quote, "I only take orders from my captain," a northern NCO brandishing a submachine gun told him brusquely, and would neither obey him nor the Yoruba military governor of Lagos. He was asked by 2 junior northern officers to resign, and he complied, writing out a letter of resignation for the Ministry of Defense on the spot. He then changed into civilian clothes and sought refuge on a ship in the harbor, later to reappear as Nigeria's High Commissioner in London. It was not a very glorious end, but contrary to some versions of this event, Ogundipe did at least try to take over and only bowed out when it became obvious that he was hopelessly outgunned. So all the thing about Ogundipe, that's the story of what happened to Ogundipe. Meanwhile, there's something I remembered, I think it's inside this book, about the people that were lying to him. Let me see if I can quickly find it. Okay. This is from Gowon. It says here, even the permanent secretaries. One second, please. You know what? I want to read something first. I really have to read this one. It says, this was not the first time Ojukwu had refused to take orders from Gowon. Gowon had called Ojukwu on January 15, 1966 and recalled, "I remember that our discussions certainly went friendly. It was a question of accusations. I asked why he was doing one thing or the other, why he was detaining the Emir of Kano, why he was declaring martial law, and that he should take orders from me. We fell out as a result of that. He said he would not take orders from me." In other words, that was an interview with Gowon. The idea of Ojukwu not taking orders from Gowon did not start with the Counter Coup. He started as far as early as January of 1966. Again, egos and all. Let's go back to what I really wanted to read. Even the permanent secretaries who were sent to negotiate with the coup makers did not report back to Ogundipe. Many of them did not reach Ikeja barracks. Some of them developed diarrhea in quotes, on their way and excused themselves. Only a few reached Ikeja and never went back to the island. Most permanent secretaries kept away from their residences at Ikoyi, and he got that from his interview with Alhaji Sule Kolo. According to Alhaji Sule Kolo, former Federal Permanent Secretary, Mr. Alison Aida, the then Federal Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Economic Development, and so on and so forth, they recalled that Brigadier Ogundipe told a group of permanent secretaries who had called on him on 30th July 1966, quote, he explained that the group of army officers in control of Ikeja Airport and the military establishments there were not ready to assume power nor accept the responsibility of running the federal government. He was himself not prepared to assume power without the full support of the military establishment and the lawyers, and until he was quite certain what had happened to the late Supreme Commander. The then Attorney General G.C. Onyuike had, before leaving Lagos, advised him that the Constitution as amended by Decree No. 1 of 1966 had no provision for him to act temporarily as a Supreme Commander. While Onyuike is telling him, in fact, many things will happen at the same time. Onyuike is telling Ogundipe, according to this constitution, there is no position for you. There is no provision for you to act temporarily as Supreme Commander. So the only other option would be to become the Oga, say, could not happen. But how will you become the Oga if you don't have the support of the military? And here's Gowon. This is at that time we were having this interesting development whereby the northern troops were trying to withdraw from Lagos. Okay, I already talked about that. That was about Araba and how they were able to convince them to stay in Nigeria instead of breaking out. If they had broken out by now, we would have had a Republic of the North or Arewa or something. But they wanted the perks of being in Nigeria. Anyway, let's go back to, where do we go back now? Let's finish this one first. So it says Agundipe did at least try to take over and only bowed out when it became obvious that it was hopelessly outgunned. The North was next affected. It seems that either the conspirators had not been properly briefed or possibly were not so deeply involved in the plot because nothing happened in Kaduna for the first 24 hours of the crisis. And even when it did, it was the military authorities that acted first in response to the general alert from the Supreme HQ in Lagos. The Igbo commander of the 3rd Battalion in Kaduna addressed his men on the Friday afternoon, told them there had been a mutiny in the south and appealed for their loyalty. Shortly afterwards, when radio and other reports began to give a clearer picture and likely outcome of the revolt, the northern soldiers went into action. This is going to be gory. The battalion commander was tricked into going to the guard room and shot by 2 of his own young officers. The soldiers then seized control of the other units in Kaduna and Zaria. The same grisly pattern of rounding up and killing Eastern officers and men followed, relieved by the only 2 recorded incidents of clemency in the whole affair, when 2 Northern officers acting independently of each other protected their Eastern troops from the fury of the soldiers long enough to allow them to escape. Nobody talks about this one, but yeah. Kano was spared major violence on this occasion, although 4 Igbo officers were shot 2 days later. It was, however, units from the battalion based there which were to erupt and massacre on a far more ferocious scale during the northern disturbances in September. We're going to get to that much later. We're still in August. August now, in July into August. The role played by the northern governor, Asan Katsina, is obscure, but it appears that he was initially held prisoner by the mutineers, later freed but left in a powerless position with only the poorly armed police at his disposal for restoring order. So what they did to Agundipe, they did something. The coup also came late. The coup also came late, probably for the same reasons as in the north, and it failed, but only just. I kind of like what happened in Enugu, by the way. The man who scorched it was the Igbo commander of the 1st Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel David Ogunewe, a popular and highly professional officer, affectionately known by his men as Baba, Father. 3/4 of his battalion were Northerners, and in a dramatic confrontation with some of his junior Northern officers, whom he encountered in the dead of the night in the officers' mess, dressed in battle kit, he managed, through a mixture of personal authority and persuasion, to cajole them into surrendering the keys of the armory. But such was the degree of nervousness and mistrust at that time that a joint guard of northern and southern troops had to be placed on the armory for the duration of the crisis. Meanwhile, members of the government were scurrying off to their hometowns and villages, repeating the experience of the January coup. Ojukwu first went to the police HQ in Enugu, where he was protected by armed mobile police, but later decided to go to Onitsha, 67 miles away on the banks of the Niger, for greater Lagos, promising him the East support. Baba Ogunewe held the fort in Enugu until the situation calmed down and Ojukwu and the government returned and reasserted political control. As in the first coup, Benin City and Midwest, still without a garrison, were not directly affected. Again, you see the powerful Ojukwu just running all over the place. Usain Bolt's got nothing on you, man. Where were we? Konadebayo was he around? I don't think he was around though. At this particular time, I don't think he was around. And he wasn't around in the January coup either. He was abroad for a course. But I don't think he was around. Because I don't see his name come up at all. Let me just read what happened in Lagos, and then we'll see if we can end it for today. Thank you very much for power tapping on TikTok. Please don't stop. YouTube, thank you for sharing. Please don't stop. Please, let's share the live. Let's power tap. We're almost done. We'll continue from wherever we stopped today. We'll continue from there tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. That will be tomorrow, all right? But we're almost done for today. Then I'll bring people up to be part of the conversation. But just give me some time to finish up with this. Back in Lagos, it was clear that the Northerners coup or Counter Coup. By the way, everybody that writes this thing will say Northerners coup or Northern Counter Coup. And the North don't cry. So please, if you're from the East and you hear Igbo coup, don't cry, be a man. Own it. Like your people owned it when it happened. And all of us will have peace. Back in Lagos, it was clear. Excuse me. Back in Lagos, it was clear that the Northern coup or Counter Coup had succeeded everywhere except in the East. But it was still far from certain what was going to happen to Nigeria. For 3 incredible days, over the weekend of 29th July to 1st August, the country had no central government or leadership at all. The focal point was now Ikeja Barracks, where Gowon, Murtala Mohammed, and several other senior Northern officers were engaged in a crucial and heated political debate about the future. Excuse me. From time to time, guys, I have to drink something, please. Excuse me. And senior police officials and a judge or two took part. And the military governors of all the regions were hooked in by telephone. The British High Commissioner and the American ambassador in Lagos hovered in the wings and occasionally came on stage to give their advice. Remember that these people were named, mentioned, of course, in IBV's book, Journey in Service. There were 2 vital issues. Was the Federation to continue, and if it should, who would or who could lead it? The battle lines were drawn between a cautious and uncertain Gowon, leaning towards a maintenance of the status quo, and the hot-headed, confident Murtala, urging that the North should pull out. In the early stages, Murtala made the running and his secessionist plan, supported by some of the Muslim Northern politicians, but bitterly opposed by the civil servants, policemen, and Northern civil servants who were still in Lagos. Many had actually left before the coup because they were told to pack their... Those who were still in Lagos, many who had actually left before the coup were told to pack their bags. In other words, people already left before the coup, but those who were still in Lagos were told to pack their bags. And Ilorin, a town just across the northern border with the west, was alerted to be ready to accommodate northern troops from the garrisons of Lagos, Abakuta, Ikeja, and Ibadan. What's about to happen? Secession. Please, I have to change the audio source. Give me a second, please. Okay, hope you can hear me. I think it's good now. Where were we? All right, so they were going to have, thank you very much for staying tuned. They were going to have Just becoming. Just becoming is holding me back. So I think it's a good place to stop. But I'm just going to stop here at the session part, and we'll continue from here tomorrow. Thank you, Just Becoming. So they're going to have from Ikeja was of course part of northern Nigeria. The idea was to have a separate place carved out. Oh, thank you so much, UIG. I miss you, UIG. Thank you for coming around, and thank you for the gift. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. So they were going to break. The North wanted to break Nigeria and just leave. They wanted to just have the northern region, and we already mentioned earlier that it took the intervention of northern civil servants and the British High Commissioner and American ambassador to convince them to do otherwise. Let me just finish this paragraph, and then we'll continue from here tomorrow. Bring people up in a bit. Any northern civil servants who were still in Lagos, many had actually left before the coup, were told to pack their bags, and Ilorin, a town just across the northern border with the west, was alerted to be ready to accommodate northern troops from the garrisons of Lagos, Abakuta, Ikeja, and Ibadan. Reports from civil servants in Ironsi's entourage, imprisoned by the mutineers in Ibadan, confirmed the northern's firm intention of pulling out. Flushed with success at the overthrow of the Ironsi regime and the blood of their enemies still fresh in their nostrils, the mood, according to one eyewitness, who spent much of his time trying to persuade his gaolers not to rush into secession, was apocalyptic and highly emotional. Middle Belters and the Muslim Northerners, normally at odds on key political issues, temporarily shared this feeling, which could be summed up something like this. Quote, "We Northerners are basically different from the South. Now is our chance to get out. Let's take it and hang the consequences," end quote. But it was a spur of the moment phenomenon. There was no careful thinking behind the northern secession, nor any detailed planning to put it into effect. During these protracted and cliff-hanging discussions, Murtala became greatly excited and interrupted Gowon continually. Eventually, the latter insisted that if the other officers would not listen to his views, he would step down. The opponents of a breakup of the Federation, however, persuaded Gowon to continue as their spokesman, and gradually he won the upper hand over Murtala, though not before, one story has it, a Roman-style parade ground confrontation with a fiery Hausa in front of the assembled troops had confirmed Gowon's superior popularity. Support for Gowon and the federal concept came from Hassan Katsina in Kaduna and the Northern Battalion commander in Kano. The Western governor had been killed, but other leading Yorubas agreed to accept him as did a little later, with some initial hesitation, the governor of the Midwest, Lieutenant Colonel David Ejo. Ojukwu also spoke to Gowon on the telephone and agreed to help him restore order, but refused to recognize him as supreme commander. The British and American envoys strongly urged Gowon not to break up the Federation, but it is difficult to assess the impact of their advice since so many far more influential people, much closer to the realities of power, for example, the Northern Permanent Secretaries, the Commissioner of Police, the head of the Special Branch, and the Chief Justice, were giving the same counsel. Although this strange and historic debate was not thus an exclusively Northern affair, it was the Northern soldiers roaming around outside the conference room in their dark, satanic mood who were the ultimate arbiters of power. Towards the close of the weekend, it finally became clear that the Northern secessionists would only accept a continuation of the Federation in its existing form under the leadership of a Northern officer, and that Gowon, as the most senior, most popular, and most respected Northerner in the army, was the natural choice. Thus, somewhat in the way the British Tory party used to choose its leaders, Jack Gowon emerged by an arcane and tortuous process, selection being based on political necessity and personal background rather than egalitarian and democratic principles. But when one is looking down the wrong end of a barrel of gun, as Nigeria was in July 1966, democracy cedes to the greater imperative of survival. We're going to stop here now. We'll talk more about Gowon tomorrow, and then we'll tie it back to this book, and then we'll move on to what happened afterwards. The confrontation between Gowon and Ojukwu will be the next thing once we're done with this. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you've had a great time being in class today. Like I said, I don't know whether you call it a show or a class, but it's looking more like a class. But thank you very much for being here. I hope you got something. And there's a lesson I want us to just take away from this. Number one is that Yorubas have a saying, it's a proverb. Tí ọwọ́dé ò bá tí kan eku idà, kò kí ń béèrè ikú tó pa bàbá ẹ̀. If you don't have the capacity to actually do certain things, don't go and start trouble. Má lọ fa wèrè lọ́yàn. And if you do, even if you have the power and you do it, please remember that you will not be able to determine the response of the person you have hit. So you are the aggressor, there's a victim. If you make a person the victim, you will not be able to determine the response to your initial act of aggression. And so while I don't like what happened in the Counter Coup, it became very clear as I studied that it was a reaction. They even call it a revenge coup. It was a reaction to what happened in January. Thank you very much, the class. I agree with you, sirs. And Maz. It was a reaction to the to the coup of January and the fact that a lot of officers were unalived. All this thing of let's have another government, let's just change this thing that people call for, or when people say things that want to do something, always remember that there will be consequences. And you want to weigh. So let's say you want to do something right now. You want to do it and think about it. If I do this thing and it succeeds, I'll get here. If it fails, I'll get here. If I do this to this person, if he wants to respond, he'll do it here. What if he does this? You have to plan. All this is not good. That's number one. Number two, please, if a person, there's another Yoruba proverb. If a person is to at least, if a person promises to give you something, let's say give you Prada or clothes, you want to check out what they are wearing. Ojukwu's advice to Agundipe was a suicide mission. Ojukwu was there telling Agundipe, go and fight, take the power, we are behind you. Ojukwu, meanwhile, was hiding inside Onitsha, having fled from, by the way, Baba went from the government house to police headquarters in Enugu. Then he told himself, police will not be able to protect me. I have to run to Onitsha. More than 60 miles away from Enugu to hide. It was from there he was telephoning the person, Agundipe, who was facing soldiers with guns. Don't follow people's ideas. If you know that the person who is talking himself, he never even go through these things. That's why I tell people, I mean, you've heard it before. The people on the bleachers, they know how to play the game more than the guys on the pitch. They know exactly what to do, but they would never get on the pitch. And knowing the history of Ojukwu about how he always ran, it's important for us to remember that there are certain people in our lives today who always run and who always tell you that just go. You are a coward if you don't go. Meanwhile, the person who is talking to you he's a coward, spirit, soul, and body. Because it takes cowards to be running around every time. So yes, Agundipe became the Nigerian High Commissioner in London. And by the way, maybe tomorrow I'm going to play his speech. He gave a speech when the war started. They were having before the war started, during negotiations, Agundipe was involved, and he had an interview, not a speech, it was an interview with the BBC. I'm probably going to play it tomorrow if our conversation gets to that. Thank you very much for listening so far. We're going to bring some people up here to part of the conversation. We have a few minutes, not too long, so please, if you're coming up, please don't take too long to give your speech. I'm going to time us so that I can go, so we can rest and I can prepare for tomorrow. It was while I was preparing for today that I found I just said, let me read this book. Maybe I'll find something there, and I found something. So let me be able to do that also for our sessions tomorrow. So let's bring people up. Our moderators can also help, please. So if you want to come up, please, this is 6:24. We have 1 minute to bring people up. If you really want to come up, we have 1 minute. After the 1 minute expires, I really will not be able to, so that we can time ourselves and then we can quickly run. But thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate your support and your presence. Please mute. All right, please mute. Dark Poet will go first. Agundipe did not flee. 1 second. Can you time? No, Agundipe did not flee. So it's a different thing. You can never compare Agundipe and Ojukwu. And I'm not saying this because Agundipe is Yoruba. I'm just saying it because of the facts of history. Let's not, just because we have a coward in one ethnic group does not mean we must have another coward in another ethnic group. You know, people say these things like, we have something in Igbo land, it's also in Yoruba. We are not twins. There's a coward in the east. His name is Ojukwu. It doesn't mean that there's a coward in the west. Agundipe did not flee. Agundipe was there asserting authority until he knew that there was nothing else he could do. He surrendered. It's from somebody that is always fleeing. So no, Agundipe is not a coward. He was brave. He was there surrounded by northern soldiers who would not listen to him and was still telling them what to do. Even civilians were saying they had diarrhea. They did not return to him. So no, we know who the coward was, and it was Ojukwu. Respectfully, it wasn't Agundipe. So we can't say because we have it here, we also have to have it here. No. Philip Asiodu clearly said that Agundipe fled to the Isle of Man. No, but Tokamo. I don't care who Philip Asiodu is. So let me make something very clear. Number one, when the Easterners write about these things, they all two things they do. Every other person didn't know what they did or what to do. They made the right choices until they discover that they cannot lie again. The question is not did he leave Nigeria? Of course he left Nigeria. The question is how did he leave? That's what will determine if he was a coward. Your statement was that he was a coward. I'm not saying he did not leave Nigeria. Of course he left. I mean, if he did not leave Nigeria, how did he become High Commissioner in London, inside London? Abi, he left now. He couldn't be in two places at the same time. He left Nigeria. The conditions that led to him leaving will determine if he was a coward. And those conditions made it very clear that there were negotiations. Because think about it, ladies and gentlemen. How do you leave Nigeria as second in command, and you become the ambassador in London without having to have negotiations with the government before you leave Nigeria? Of course, there were negotiations. I don't care about Philip Asiodu stuff. What they said was that this person was. Philip Asiodu will tell you that he left. Did not leave. Of course, he left. You're not listening. He left. What were the conditions that led to him leaving? What were the situations, the events surrounding that incident? The event was that he was outgunned, he was outmanned, he had nothing he could do. He surrendered and he left. Ojukwu, on the other hand, ran away before even any problem came to his side. What are we talking about? There's no comparison. Just own your coward with your full chest. God bless you and the memory of the coward. God bless everybody in Nigeria. All right, let's listen to the people that came up. So it's 6:27. Okay, let's just bring one more person up. It's okay, 6:25. So let's have Dark Poet. He even tried to quell the coup. Thank you, Big Fowler. He even tried to quell the coup. Ojukwu didn't even try anything, just ran away inside the police station, went inside one hideout inside Onitsha. They are not comparable.
Good evening.
All right, good evening,
everybody.
Good evening, Chief. Ẹkáàbọ.
We need to get something straight. It's like people did not know Agundipe. They think it was the other guy that keep on running. He never really led any war. Even when the civil war happened, he was commanding from the barrack. He never really led any war. Agundipe actually fought in Burma. He sat in Burma for like 3-4 years. Yes. If you know the story of Burma, go and ask what happened in Burma. Whereas we still have some of our people in Burma today that have become citizens of Burma from that period of time. What he did was, they had lost the coup and the northern guys are taking over. So he is trying to set up the southwest through Agundipe to confront, which he knows it's a suicide mission, to confront those young Hausa soldiers who are blood did their eye that particular period. They know they see anybody. That was why they were not listening. Even to higher command, they were not listening because they already see it as a tribal thing. So they know who to target. If it was not a southwesterner, if Ogundipe was not a southwesterner, they would have dropped him immediately. If it was somebody from this, they won't even be giving him according that respect, because as was giving them command, they were according that respect like God, no be you be our this thing. So they are according him in that respect, but he stood. They surround him, still keep on giving order till he see that this is just a futile distance. So he had to relinquish. He was not strong gun. He had to relinquish that. No, this is a lost battle. So people should understand that fact. So that is the part I just want people we are different. We are different. One of us protected their own. Faju and Ironsi case is still there. He protected them. We are different. We stay true to our own friends and our own people. We stay true to them. Not somebody that is scheming every now and then. What he tried to do to Agundipe was actually a scheme to throw him in the mix so that it will now be the North versus both the Southeast and the Southwest. That if they keep on killing if they keep on killing the top hierarchy in Yoruba military that was there, maybe Yoruba too will want to go against them. But Agundipe was smart enough to see that. And even though as a soldier, once a soldier, always a soldier, he still tried to quell the process. And when he noticed it was not going through, he later relinquished power. Like there's not much he can do again in that process, which is what led to Gowon becoming president. Whereas the person that was pushing him, go fight them, he was hiding somewhere and was running around. So let our people who keep on asking questions understand this fact. We are totally different. We stay true to things, and we know we live to fight another day. That has always been our plan. Even political wise, when we push somebody up there and we lost, what we do is we come back home, we strategize, and we go next time we win. So
thank you very much.
Been our smart plan. All right, thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Again, the Isle of Man, you keep writing inside that place, Kenny. All the accounts I've read, and I have a few books that I have around that I've studied on this matter. Everybody says he went to London and he was High Commissioner. He went as the High Commissioner or as the ambassador for Nigeria in England. All this Isle of Man thing you're talking about, again, it is. See, this is why, guys, let me just say this. This is why it's very difficult for me to take sources from the East seriously. It's difficult. Like, I read it because I have to, not because I need to. And I have to because I don't want to, thank you for the gifts. I don't want to make it be like, say, I can't read the part where I like. I don't read the part where other people write, or people whose accounts I may not like. When you have people saying things like flee, I've said something several times. If you read books and you have let's say several people were present at an event or in the room, and you read from one person and no other person corroborates what that person is saying, that person is lying. You said Philip Asio, you said it now. I never read any book that said Agundipe fled to Isle of Man. Again, Kenny, I think... No, please hold on. Let me finish, please. This is actually why I stopped bringing people up during this session. But 1 second. The point is, there is no book, other book that I have read. By the way, I've not read Philip Asio this book, and from what you just said right now, I don't really want to, because I think it's just a waste of time. What you have discovered is that all the books talk about the fact that he became High Commissioner in London. The Nigerian Civil War by John Descent just said there were negotiations with the officers. In other words, before he left, there were negotiations. By the way, will you just appear in London and say, I'm not the commissioner? Please, let's power tap. Oh, this thing is hanging now. Please, let's power tap. Everyone, please power tap. There's an activity, so please, I really need your help. On YouTube, on TikTok, please power tap. On YouTube, please share the live. Thank you very much for your support. So please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. Thank you very much. He was compensated. Thank you, J-Links. Would he just appear in London and say, everybody, go and meet the queen that was there at the time? Madam, I'm now the High Commissioner for Nigeria. Like, does that happen like that? There were... You know what? I'm done with you. Every single document talks about how he became. By the way, even if he went to Isle of Man, the second, which I greatly doubt, because there's no other source apart from the one from your region. Again, anything that has no corroboration will come from the East, as far as Nigeria's history is concerned. Corroborated by nothing else but by East. That's what happens. And if you've noticed, when I'll read Ademoega, who doesn't believe in anything tribal because he calls himself the tribalist based on his actions. You will see what he's saying confirmed by a British writer. You will see what that one is saying confirmed by even an Igbo writer in some cases. But if the Igbo writer is making his own claims, it will be very difficult for you to find other people that will say the same thing. Just make things up and be making yourself happy. The point is, even if he went to Isle of Man and fled, which he did not, he will still not be a coward. You know why? He was there, according to all these resources, he was there. He commanded the army until he could not. And then when he was outgunned and outmanned, he had a conversation with them, they had negotiations, and then he left. Even if he fled, that would still not make him a coward. Yours was a coward because he didn't even bother talking to anybody. He was just hiding away from everybody. So, yeah. The question is not did he leave? The question was he a coward? Was he a coward? And again, there's a history of cowardice from the East, to be honest. And please now, please, don't do that. Don't do that, please. There's a history of cowardice from the Southeast, especially when it comes to leadership in Nigeria, and it's the truth. It's just that you guys find a way to mask it by calling other people that. So what you're doing is like you know, this offense is the best form of attack, offense is the best form of defense. You offend first, you go out and attack first, so that you will feel as if you're projecting for the most part. So let's stop it. Thank you very much. Now let's have Be Safe, please. Hello, Be Safe.
Yes, my hand mistakenly touched the.
Oh, okay.
Well,
okay, sorry about that.
Thank you for calling me up. 2 quick points. You see, this phase of our history is one of the most unfortunate aspect of Nigerian history, and I appreciate the fact that you are trying to set the record straight by reading a lot of books to us and by bringing so many eyewitness accounts, you know, to correct beer parlor aspects that propagandists and liars peddle, which is really well appreciated. I've personally been schooled on this platform by what you read or what you've been reading and what contributors say. I'm going to zero in on two or three quick incidents quickly. Number one, that incident in Abakuta, I want to interrogate it. Why would the commander of a unit or a CEO of a unit, knowing that there is a combustible situation on ground, now call officers from his own part of the country and start doing meeting with them? What impression was he trying to create? You don't do that in the military. You don't gather officers based on the ethnicity, or the army is comprised of everybody. It's an institution, it's a national institution. I know why that's very important, because you are going to send these men to arm's way. Bullet does not recognize Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. The army fights as a body. So you, as the head of the unit, should not and never gather people based on ethnicity or religion. And it brought a lot of suspicion, and then those guys heard about it, and then they moved in, and then the rest is history. And again, there was so much rumor, you know, so when rumor is, you know, the rumor mill is grinding, the requisite authorities need to move fast and douse the rumor and misinformation, both in the public and in the military itself. That is very, very important. You know, so that incident in Abakuta sparked off, you know, the next, you know, sparked off a lot of things, and a lot of people got killed in the process, and the army was factionalized along ethnic lines. That was very, very terrible and unfortunate. Now, the issue of Agundipe. Most of the time I hear and read stuff on social media, and particularly from people from the Southeast, it is very, very disrespectful and irresponsible. Some of the things they said about that senior officer. Like somebody said, General Agundipe fought in Burma, though as a soldier. He has seen war before. Secondly, Agundipe, when the last British general, or the GOC of the Nigerian Army, Welby Everett, was leaving, there were 4 senior officers being considered to take over from him. 4 Nigerian Army officers. Ironsi, the commander of 1 brigade,
Ademulegun, Memalari, Ogundipe. By the way, Ironsi was the number 3 or number 4, not the number first. It wasn't the first choice. I just wanted to put that out there. He was the most senior, but was not the first choice.
Yeah, I agree. But he was the most senior in terms of hierarchy.
Yes.
But in terms of the preference of that man who has been assessing all of the officers and who knew their capability, selected Agundipe. Agundipe was in Congo, although a military observer, when Agundipe was the field commander. The same thing with the late governor of Western Region, Fajuyi. And there was that personal relationship between those officers. Agundipe was seen as a godfather, and they had very good rapport, just like Banjo too. They liked him, Agundipe, and they gravitated towards him, So for people to be saying what they are saying is very, very unfortunate. Try and understand what was at play. There was a counter coup planned and implemented by northern officers, and with the involvement of their emirs and their political, the death of their people in January. And I read it in one book written by Menasara that they told their boys not to kill Ironsi because Ironsi was going around the country. He has gone to the north. So the last leg of his journey was to Ibadan. I don't know why he decided to sleep the night, knowing that Ibadan was just a throw to Lagos. But when something wants to happen, he could have moved to Lagos. Then the plotters will have to shift the dates and the plan for that coup. So what I'm trying to say now is that they didn't want him to be killed in the north. They wanted him killed in another part of the country. And Danjuma had planned, he removed the guards of the president and replaced it with soldiers that he has already coached on what to do. Among those soldiers that unalived the head of state was one Lance Corporal Tutti and one Sergeant Jerry Oseni. Those were the ones that pulled the trigger in Lalukman. So you have to understand dilemma.
Where can one get the names?
There was a book. I'll get you the title of the book. Please,
thank you.
Then a senior officer also told me, Tutti and Jeremiah was among them. So,
thank you very much.
Let me just quickly round up.
Yes, you have 50 more seconds.
They deliberately refused to take instruction from Agundipe. Agundipe accepted. Agundipe was the one that sent Gowon to go and find out what those officers were. And he got to a situation where a captain said he was not going to take orders from a brigadier general. And that was too much. That was the height of insolence. And the general couldn't take it. And then another thing that worked for Gowon in Emergence was that Gowon was an Angas from the Middle Belt. He had a mass of Middle Belt officers and men behind him. The Northerners actually wanted Murtala Mohammed to become the head of state. But in the course of that negotiation where those white people were there, the ambassadors of UK, and they saw how combustible it was, and they began to shift that Gowon appeared to be a more level-headed woman. That was how it was completely. He wanted the country divided, and he was very angry, and he showed it, and he was not diplomatic. He behaved like a true soldier. But Gowon was a more level-headed person. Eventually, So what is this telling us? The nationality question. A Ghanaian asked me a question as a Nigerian. I told him, I said, look, your own country is more stable. The nationality question, Nigeria is a country of nations, and the nationality question has not been resolved. All those things that cost several parts of the country, threatening to pull out of the country, those issues are still unresolved till now. And so, if we are serious as a country, we must really sit down. Nigeria is a country made up of nations. We should not allow ourselves to be dragged into a crisis. Let us sit down meticulously and know, like you said, do we want to stay together? If so, on what basis and on what terms? These questions, National Assembly cannot resolve it because the constitution is flawed. The 1999 constitution is flawed. It was hidden from the public, and it was brought in as an ambush. So
what do you think? What do you think is going to resolve that?
Well, the president has a very critical role to play.
President?
Yes, he must do it with National Assembly.
Okay.
It's not something anybody can
do. So you still have to work with the National Assembly?
Well, yes. And we must all be convinced that there is a problem with the framework of interrelationship of the ethnic groups in Nigeria. We have not.
Absolutely.
If we keep on deterring over that issue, and if we allow ourselves to be dragged into a crisis and we slip into another civil war, the entire West African region is going to feel it. And
Absolutely.
that's why if you see those countries around, they are very nervous with all these killings they are hearing in our country, and they are telling us that they are scared because they see a lot of people moving there. Imagine 200 million people moving in all directions in Africa. Do you know what that is? We need
Absolutely.
to.
Thank you very much.
We need to sit down and get us out together and reorganize ourselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that submission. Fantastic, and thank you for providing, another perspective to the conversation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We're going to have a doubt on now, and then we'll be closing the live with our anthems. But if you're here on TikTok as well, thank you very much for being here. We usually play the anthems, but we won't play it on YouTube because of copyright issues. But we have a doubt to give you. That'll be the final contributor, and then I will say a few words. Then we'll close the session for today. Thank you. Adalto, please go on.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Our moderators and our teacher. First and foremost, I need to thank you, like I've always done. Thank you so much. And
thank you, sir.
If you are thinking the name to call this platform, it's actually a class. Some of us are benefiting from your teachings and your readings. I know that a lot of people, every time we are through with these sessions, I look at the numbers of people listening, sometimes 2,005, sometimes 3,100 people. So it means that a lot of people are listening across the world, around the world. They are listening to the readings we're doing. Some of them do have some of the books, but because they are adults, they need to go to work. You have provided a platform where they can listen while they do some other things. In fact, some people are in the toilet, some are in the bathroom listening to you. Some people are cooking. So we thank you so much. I will start from there. From what you have read and what we've been reading all the while, there's your current decimal, and that means that's recurrent decimal is that Nigeria is not a nation. It's an amalgamation of nations. So in Yoruba, we call Nigeria Àpapọ̀ Orílẹ̀-èdè. Some people make mistake and say Orílẹ̀-èdè Nigeria. There's nothing like Orílẹ̀-èdè Nigeria. It's an amalgamation of nations. And everything that we have read has suggested that everything that have been approached from the point of view of ethnic nationalities. So which means that whatever we are trying to do in this country, it must be viewed from that lens. We are not one people. We have never been one people. We will never be one people. That is the basis for the reason we've been having all these uproars here and there. And then the recurrent decimal of negativity in all of these stories in history have been the people from the East. Yoruba will have a proverb. We have a proverb in Yoruba. We say, when people say that you are an unfortunate person, at least you should work assiduously to be fortunate. That's what I think that could mean. Our people from the East have not learned any lessons at becoming human beings. It is not only that all of these things happened in the past. The funniest thing is that it is still happening. It is still showing itself. For instance, imagine what you have read that happened between the 60s, that happened in the 60s. Imagine what is happening right now. There's a demolition going on around Lagos because some people built their houses on waterway around the waterways, blocking the canals and drainages. The Southeast governors called themselves together to have a meeting with the governor of Lagos about the demolition in Lagos. Exactly the same way they called themselves together in Abakuta to say, let us finish off the job we started in January 1966. Exactly the same way. It's so infuriating how people are not ready to learn from history and are not ready to take responsibilities. You come to Lagos to come and build your houses on canalways, and you think that the government should fold its arms while erosion, throw everybody into the sea. And these are the same people came to Lagos to come and challenge. The court granted it, and later they started saying that the people of Lagos know that there had been a day set aside for them for 3 hours to do cleaning, and some people come to pack this dirt. But somebody from your ethnic nationality went to court, and the judge that gave that judgment was even from the east.
Was it?
In Lagos.
Are you sure it's not a Yoruba judge?
Well, from what has been circulating, Igbo judges that are Reko. So
okay.
Now you went to court to challenge that. It's the same thing that they have been doing since the 60s. They haven't learned from that. Now, give me lesson that why Yoruba man learn. When you were reading, you read something, and that thing is so heart-wrenching. When the first coup happened in 1966, Yoruba people collected. We collected in large numbers, in unreplaceable numbers. When the Counter Coup happened, we collected. What has that shown to us? It has only shown to us that we are the people at the most receiving end. In fact, we should be the one crying victim as we speak. When we had the 1979 election, the people in that election were supposed to be Imotalawo and Alhaji Shehu Shagari. Nnamdi Azikiwe came into that election to divide the southern vote, because some people were still carrying the mindset of NCNC. He divided that vote. In spite of that, Imotalawo still have sizable number to become the president. Of course, there should be a rerun. But they went to court to say that they brought one mathematics 12 to 3rd that was not even called. In fact, primary school children will know that wasn't the answer to the equation that was supposed to be solved. And who also made sure that the Northerns got so much vote? It was the same Ojukwu. Ojukwu that was saying that the Fulani people wanted to kill them, buy all of them, came back from exile and not only supported Shehu Shagari, which is not wrong, he campaigned for him. So why did he start the war in the first place? He started the war because the propaganda they always have about the war is that the Fulani people want to take over Nigeria. They wanted to shake the Fulani people. But he went to support Fulani man. Of course, the Fulani people have the right to be president of Nigeria because they now live in Nigeria. So, but I'm saying that all this gaslighting that they do to the south, to the western Nigerian people and populace should stop, and we should start thinking that at all times we are at the receiving end of. That then takes me to all the Yoruba bots. If you listen to all of the things that they've been reading and you are not having a change of heart, it means that your heart has been made of stone. There's something wrong with your brains, because at every time we are the one that always collects. We collected during the first coup. We collected during the second coup. In our governance, we always collect. We contribute so much to the federal purse. We get about 23 or 28% back, while a region collects. A region gets over 300%. That region that gets 300% contributes the least amount of money to the Federation of Nigeria. Even the Fulani, Hausa Fulani that all of us are talking about, contribute so much. The South contributes so much. They don't get as much as the East that do not contribute anything. For the past almost 2-3 years now, they've been having a sit at home every Monday. That alone has not told you that those kind of people are not worthy of governing anything.
30 more seconds. They
are not worthy of governing anywhere or anything, because they are always like go. Because and they are more like what you people call weary. Tabaniki weary. No.
Oh yeah, me, but
Yoruba bot, you should understand that Yoruba sọ pé tá a bá fún rẹ̀ láyè kó ṣe òkú yẹ bó ṣe wù ó máa sún jẹ ni. Why can't you see these people as such? Wherever they were supposed to govern by themselves, only by themselves, they can't even turn it around. Their land supports them, but their brains cannot support their land to grow.
Let's round up. I want to.
But you understand, and we have been doing that from day one. Now, any Yoruba bot, you are still following them. So my message is that Yoruba bot, always think and listen to this program. Maybe that your heart of stone will be turned to.
All right, I don't know what happened, but thank you very much for that submission. Oh boy, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? 1 second. All right, thank you very much for that submission, and thanks to everyone. We're going to be closing this session in a bit, but just before we do, I'd like to bring up... No, I can't bring up anybody again. What am I saying? No. So we're going to... Sorry. So we have this session every day, 1 p.m. if we're time, West African time. So please join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. And then when it's time to speak, please feel free to bring people up. The toasting Afolayan, Theo toasting, rather can be hard like that sometimes, but by me, I
sent you.
All right, sir. On this account, Abi? Is it on this account?
Oh yes. Go on.
I don't usually use that one. So maybe you send it to this one. I don't usually. Please send it to this one, please.
This red dome, Abi.
Thank you, because I had to change account. No, this one, this Busui Oris, the one I'm speaking on right now. I'm talking about the one where they show my face. Not Redomio, Busui Oris. No, not Redomi, Busui Oris.
But be like say you don't block my.
How will I block you?
I don't know, so I'm not sure.
Why will I block you?
Well, I know you couldn't have, so but maybe somehow, but it has not dropped.
No.
So it's a personal message. Check and respond. It's like it's
please,
on your end.
Okay. You know what? Just say hello now. So maybe to bring it up. If I didn't see it, you could just say hello. Because to be honest, sometimes the place is just full of messages, and so please just say hello. Then I will check. But block you, Bao. Number one, I don't block people. Number two, if I'm going to block anyone, why would I block you? I think the only person I think I blocked, maybe somebody who is so like you have to do something. Oh no blocking.
Okay,
anyway, thank you very much, sir.
You have not put up the account number. You have not put up the account details.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Don't worry, they tell me this thing every time, but may God help me and come up. So I'll bring you up while we, 01618. Thank you very much for making today's session successful, and thanks to everybody in the comment section on TikTok for tapping and for sharing. Thank you for getting this out there. Thank you for getting us on the FYP. We are on 150k likes. That's a feat. Thank you very much for making that happen. I really do appreciate you. And thanks to all the gifters. I received some interesting gifts today. I want to thank you. Thank you very much for your support, and thank you for your generosity. I'm able to remember. Thank you for reminding me again. So we have this up here. If you want to support what we're doing, please use the. No. Please use the bank details up here if you want to support the work. We have to support us. Please use this bank details. Is GTB. It's a Nigerian account, obviously, and then you see my name once you get there. It's Adebusui. So thank you very much for supporting us, and thank you very much for being here. I really do appreciate it. Also, may I say this? Please check the YouTube channel and our TikTok page as well. There are excerpts from these sessions that we post on those pages. Also, there's a section for live shows on YouTube. On the YouTube channel, you'll find some of the past episodes that we've had. And then people are telling me to do some things very soon. I'm working on a couple of projects. We are hoping that we'll be able to, the time is going to come where we'll be able to release some of these things. But thank you very much for your support, for liking, for sharing, for giving, whether it's on the app, TikTok, or cash, my bank account. Thank you very much for your support. So let's listen to the last two people who just came up because, but please, I'm going to have to time you. It's going to be 2 minutes, and then we'll have this, and then have the anthems, and then we'll close. Don't say Odabo yet now. You are just becoming, you are a mod. You can't be saying Odabo when we have not finished. Now I have to erase what you have written. I don't even know how to erase it now. Jeez, man. No. Even if you want to go, please don't be saying Odabo before the stuff ends. Like, my head will be getting another message. But thank you. Let's have Mr. Isaac first, please.
Good morning, everybody. I know that you are closing right now. So when are you coming up tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir.
And when?
It's 1 p.m. It's 1 p.m.
1 p.m.
Ife time. So that's West African time.
Oh, West African time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please, I don't want to. You said you are closing. I don't want to start talking. I'm very, very interested in talking in your program. Thank you very much, and God will bless you for all that you are doing. Thank you.
You can speak now, sir. Okay. Maybe tomorrow is fine. Tomorrow is also fine.
Yeah, I'll come
you can also speak tomorrow.
Since you are coming on, you are already close.
Amen.
I have
Thank you, sir.
To really contribute and to ask, please. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So let's have the next speaker, and Hans.
Sorry, did they hear me? Hey, Joe, please, make it quick, please.
So it says whether it's about
what is happening, we have to start looking into the future and see what we can start doing for our people. Because when you look at it, single-handedly, we might not be able to do it. But when we come in numbers, Bible said where 2 or 3 are gathered, there is strength in 2 or 3 people. So as a Yoruba man, I started looking into it because here in the United States, I've traveled to a lot of places and I've seen a lot of things. And I see the way they behave, which makes me proud of where I'm from.
1 more minute, sir. 1 more minute, please.
So this is I know there is a lot of people here. We have to start looking inward and see what we can do for ourselves so that our people can invest in it and they will get dividends. That is what I want to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your submission and thank you for coming up. Thanks everyone for a wonderful session today. I really appreciate you for your support. We're going to end the live session in a bit, but let me just say this, that please mute. Sorry guys, 1 second. If you're on TikTok or YouTube, I hope you can see here us. We had a little issue just now. Wonderful session. Thanks for your support. Thanks for liking, for sharing. Thanks to the speakers who came up as well. Thank you very much for being here. We're going to keep doing this. So tomorrow, 1 p.m., we'll be here again discussing history. Today, we've talked about, the events that led to the Counter Coup. We discussed Ironsi up until Gowon, taking over. So we're going to continue in the north and also in the east, and then we'll, get into some of the events that eventually led to Aburi, and also what led. I think that in all of this, we are picking the lessons and we're taking something. And if we don't learn anything at all, just remember the details of this thing so that nobody will be able to gaslight you with anything in Nigeria, especially as a Yoruba person. All right. So thank you for your support, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. If you're on YouTube, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to have to let you go now so that we can play the anthem, which you cannot play on YouTube, but the anthem on YouTube, and I will pin it. So hopefully you can, watch and enjoy on your own. But yeah, Nigerian anthem and Yoruba anthem. Thank you very much on YouTube and Facebook for joining us. I'll let you go now and see you tomorrow at 1, a bit after 1 p.m. actually. On TikTok is 1, but we enjoy music for a while. I'm sorry, you guys on YouTube, we can't play music because of copyright stuff. They say, I think there's a way around it. So when I find out what that way is, I will, begin to link you from the beginning. But thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. Wherever you are. Thank you. Good night. All right, so for those of us here, let us have our anthems and